Look at this merry band of 5. I need to double... I'm gonna raise that just a little bit. Raise a little bit more. There we go. Oops. Anyway. Tactical Breach Wizards. We're finishing it today, which means that next Friday we start Battletech, which... Oh, I'm looking forward to Battletech, let me tell you. Really looking forward to it. We'll get into why, I guess, when the outbreaks turn up. But as for what we have done so far for this, as you can see, we picked up 2 new friends. One of which used to not be a friend. And then they, came to their senses. Let's continue from where we left off. Oh, right, I have level ups to do. Oh, I have a lot of level ups to do. Okay. So. No limit on how many times. Do I have level ups to do? Oh no, I've already done everyone's level ups. First off, congratulations to Talia for being first in chat. I can't see my keyboard. There we go. I'm fine when I start typing after I figure out where the first letter is. And also, hello, Shug! Hope you're having a good Friday. Hope you're going to have a good weekend as well. We're hopefully not going to end up on like a 30-minute tangent about Dragon Age and games like it today. Hopefully it'll be relatively straightforward. Rampage 2 could be funny. Right, you've already had your level up. Destroys any gas mask, that's nice. Target a teammate, action point is refunded. Right, I remember what we're doing now with this. Because you throw down supporting fire, and every prophet fires, and then Rion can kill it, so then we can throw down another prophet, and then we can just kill anything that way. I also want to, at some point, pick up Rampage 2, so we can do it with Dall as well. Because then Dall can just sort of be a lot more mobile than everyone else, so we get in the loop going. We can swap places as much as we want to. Right, you can swap with a clone and get it killed. Okay. I'm very quickly remembering what we had set up in terms of missions. Map-wise, I don't think there's anything we have to do here. Missions, that's right, we're on Act 4, Counter Heist. Except I didn't... Right, the star is only there if I get the perfect, and I do all the challenges. No, we'll leave that for now. Shug says, thank you, hope you all have a good Friday and a good weekend coming up as well. I'm hopefully having a good one coming up, although Saturday, or at the end of this stream, I have to sit there and do a lot more shorts, because I think the backlog for shorts is... I should rephrase this. The uploaded backlog for shorts, I think, is finished. But I still have... If I go and open up... process these, I have... How many items in here? I have 71 videos, literally 2 terabytes worth of video to go through to make shorts from, so I've got some work I need to do that I'll probably spend most of my time Saturday before we do RoboCop, Unfinished Business. Probably spend most of my time doing that. If I can get at least 30 to 40 shorts, I'll be fine. That doesn't mean I'm going to get through a lot of videos. I think I have a lot of markers for things like Quick 2, so probably a lot of Quick 2 going up. Shug also says they will hopefully finally finish fixing the clothesline to the house wall. Again, it's been an operation that's gone wrong so many times so far. How come it's gone wrong? Has it just been like the hook isn't stable, or like the local bird population just keep coming over and messing it up? You know, cockatoos and ravens come flying over and go, ah, what's this? And they steal your clothesline. One of the reasons I remember as a kid we stopped using clothesline is because we did have birds that would come over, and they would pick at the frayed like end of it, thinking it was, I don't know, string or something for a nest, and it would always break it. But clothesline, I haven't used a clothesline in since I was a kid. Nowadays, it's all... Well, I say it's all tumble dryers. I guess I still use a clothesline. I just have like a dryer thing that freestands, and I leave my clothes outside on that. So I guess I kind of still use a clothesline, but it's not quite like the same thing. Shug says, someone recently mentioned something, maybe it's a Twitch beta thing that does automated suggestions of bits in your video that make good shorts. I have a plugin for OBS. Whenever I've mentioned like keyboard shortcuts and hotkeys, it's because there's a plugin I use for OBS where I can set up hotkeys to do a timestamp with a phrase in a text file. And I used to use that for when ad breaks would turn up and I'd be like, okay, well, I can just put a timestamp in the chapters to be able to get through this on YouTube. But since I stopped doing clips on Twitch and exporting to YouTube, because that quality is a lot worse than just recording locally and uploading both the archive and also the shorts themselves, I just use it for chapters where I think I'm going to put a YouTube chapter in, and markers for where I think there might be something clip-worthy. And at the last count in that text file, there were, I think, 370 instances of the short phrase. Which, if you take the law of averages of, like, assuming only half of anything is ever any good, that's still, like, 130... No, my math is wrong. 135? No, that'd be wrong. 250... Is that 175? At least half a year's worth of shorts, assuming only half of them are any good. But hopefully there are more than half that are any good, but regardless, like, we're pretty good for that one. But yes, we have, what's his name? Rion, it's not even close. Rion has joined us because he found out about Liv's plan and doesn't like it. Dall is with us. I can't quite remember why. I remember that she's a rebelling against the church and state of the country she's in. But I can't remember why she's still with us. Might be because of Liv. And I guess now it's time to try and stop Liv from doing her thing with the mana. Shug says the job they undertook was to take the clothesline off the wall and fix it to a higher wall so it was above their head height rather than the average person's height, so they won't be able to bang their head on it anymore. The difficulty with the clothesline has been that the exterior bricks are reconstituted limestone. Okay, yeah, I can see the issue already. Which is difficult to drill neat holes in because it's softer. This leads to issues with the right sizing wall plugs, expansion bolts. When you mentioned the limestone, I immediately knew it was going to be an issue of, like, because it's not as solid as anything else, you have to use, yeah, as you say, wall plugs and things to shore up the drill, what you drill in, because otherwise it won't have enough support and it'll be kind of weak, and yeah, it ends up being a lot of fun. Limestone, it's great except when you need to do anything to it. We're gonna hit move on, just so we have something on screen. Oh right, the end of the chapter, we put Liv tried to assassinate the whole team. Banks got shoved into their own Eldritch portal, and it's been established that 1 hour after you go in, you come back out. So that's how we managed to get through that one. We're probably about to get that recap here anyway, as it is. Shug also says when they got the clothesline all nicely attached, the bolt in the top right corner started pulling out the wall when it was under load with wet laundry hanging on the line. They plugged up the hole with cement to put a new expanding bolt in. Tomorrow when it's all dry, they're hoping to remount the frame and hopefully all will be well. Damn, so the bolt didn't hold under the weight load? That's a shame. Because, yeah, it's not the same as, like, regular brick, where you just sort of go, and you're done. Limestone can be a real pain to work with. Shug says, limestone, great to look at, apparently, to some people. It's also, this is getting into some, I'm not quite sure territory. I think limestone is a better building material in terms of, like, cost effective. Like, I think it's cheaper and easier to get a hold of en masse than regular brick. But I don't know if it is a better material. I haven't had to mess with or know about building materials in years. Shook says, thank you everyone for attending the TED Talk. The bolt held, the limestone didn't. Yeah, the limestone, that's going to be such a fun problem. The only thing I can think is... No, that wouldn't work. I was about to suggest why not use 2 bolts so that the load is shared between the two, but I don't think that would work right. Talia says, where's Hosty with his building experience? We need him. Yeah, I know, right? He's too busy playing what's it today? Friday? He's too busy playing Pokemon. No, it's not. Friday's not Pokemon. Tuesday's Pokemon. He's too busy playing Magic the Gathering. It's gonna be funny if I'm right on that one. Actually, yeah, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Prediction. Start a prediction. Oh, this is the one where I can't do it on here because it's too big. Hold on. Prediction. Start one. Why is unknown not here? I like how I can click into a box and then it decides I don't want to type in the box. Magic the Gathering. Pokemon. I'm also going to put World of Warcraft as an option, even. We're going to let that roll for 30 minutes. Start prediction. Go. Right. Let's actually get through the cutscene before I catch up with chat some more. So that was fucking rough. No shit. You just died. I went to the death dimension and heard myself make a pun. Zan's just gonna stare into space. Right, Zan had no idea why... I know why Liv's sick. Now that I've seen her up close, the bloodshot eyes bleeding from the fingernails, dry voice, I've seen it before. She isn't just destroying mana, she's using... Oh, that's why she needed Dessa Banks! Way at the start of the game, Liv and her team kidnapped Dessa Banks, and Dessa told us it was because Liv would go out for missions and come back wrecked every single time. And Zan was like, well, she shouldn't have been so wrecked. She was one of the best soldiers we had. And I don't know if I twigged that the idea could have been that she was using mana and she had to be reset every time to before she took the mana. Well. Yep. Why? Surely has craft. Didn't say. Figured she might be losing it. She was. That night in Jodasa, she was slow. She never relied on me like that before. I thought it was an off night, but Liv didn't have off nights. Now she's faster than ever, and learned false prophet. We're calling it live and let die. Of course we're calling it live and let die. That's like nothing in her spell set. Reactor gave us some half-baked vape gizmo. Does shit to the mana. Choose what you unlock when you juice. Fucks up just the same, mind. Guessing that's a harder fix. That would be why she took me. Why she made me kill her. My craft takes her body back now. It doesn't just cure the symptoms. I was sending her back to before she ever took it. She'd be clean. All the power and none of the consequences. Yeah, I buy this as a Liv Kennedy strat. Well, she's got consequences now. These are symptoms of repeated use. I knew a guy in college who juiced. By the time he looked like Liv, he was gone. Didn't care about anything else. You ever unlock? He got strength one time, punched down the back wall of the Union bar. He never got it back, even when he used. Broke every bone in his hands trying. Excuse me if I don't shed a tear for my captor's road to recovery, but I'm not on a mission to throw her an intervention. I came here to take her down. If she's still using, she's lost a reset button. She's on borrowed time. Next time we fight, I'm not taking a dive. We don't stop putting her down till she can't get back up. Oh, don't you worry. I have like 2 different ways to do an infinite loop. She's going down. Zan? Your call. Okay. I need to get all this down. Rion. Welcome to the team. So, let us see. Liv sickness is caused by mana. Reactor planning a coup in Medil. And then the last connection I need to make is where? I don't see the arrow. Oh, this one. Caused by mana dust. Here we go. Shug says, reconstituted limestone is cheaper and less energy intensive than fired or clay bricks, which is what the inner wall of their double brick housing is using. Shug says they missed Hosty. One of the poll choices should be bullying from Cass. No, I've never seen Unknown not appear because of getting bullied by Cass. Talia says there is no Cass. Cass is Talia now. Shug says, you've tricked me! Yeah. There was a period of time last year that Talia was changing their name, like, I think, what was it, like every 3 weeks? Until you run out of, like, ability, run out of, what is it? You can only change your Twitch name a limited number of times, I think, before you have to wait a period of time. But that one was catching Unknown out quite a lot, because it, like, every other week or every 3 weeks, it'd be like, here's another name. Shug says one of the poll choices should be bullying from Talia. Nah, I'm pretty sure he's never not appeared because of getting ribbed by someone. Right. Nice little pin-up board. Guess we're going to Medil. What's next for you, Dall? Going dark for a while. I want to give that bombshell time to hit home before we ask the Centrist dads to do anything about it. Chapel are already in damage control frenzy. There's no way they can mobilize to Medil anytime soon. Hopefully ever. We're careful about hope. You guys have been an edge on our blade we weren't counting on right when we needed to cut deep. In a fight like this, I can't tell you how that felt. So if you need more gristle to jam a reactor's meat grind, I'm yours. Oh, so this is why Dall is with us still. Okay. I'm yours for a week. How can I help? Glad you asked. Oh, you wanted like an actual task? I thought we were just gonna fade out. Where's your hat and your goggles gone? Can you get us on a boat to Medil, please? Oh, look, she's all the way out there just vibing in the sun. Got a little bonsai tree, Rion. This contact of yours, they know the people, right? They know the right people in Medil? That's out with the Militia brass, yeah, but Medillian Militia is cagey as fuck. Met through the Druids? Did the odd collab? Militia wants a ticket punched out of state? Shrub mobs got reach. Sometimes my blower rings. So you're not actually Mafia. Maid? Nah, strictly contract. One family was too many. Her Druids and Medil don't get a choice. Medil, even. There's pressure on the north coast, no doubt. You cast anything planty, anything beastie, they're at your door with a rose and a 45. But they like to get you young, lean on your folks. Was 21 when I unlocked. No folks, no door, wasn't looking to belong. Ever cross paths with the Wexlers? Sure, big players in the north coast mob. Ever meet Shirin? Remind me. Shortish blonde guy. Oh, that real ratty looking motherfucker. Was gonna be a dick about it, but yeah. Like that real greasy, creepy rat fucker. We've established identity, you can lay off him now. Yeah, I liked him. Good laugh. Terrible dancer. How's he doing? He's dead. Oh. Downer. How? Shot him in the head. Fuck'd you do that for? He was a patient. And what, you forgot step 2? Jen interrupted me, called the cops before I could close up. That's how we met. Why are you telling me? I thought you could maybe let the family know. What's good? My mate executed your son. That it was an accident, in a sense? It's a tough sell, Doc. I can chuck you that digits if you want to take a whack at it, though. back in Liberty. That was Thistlekiss, right? She knows her poisons. Yeah, it's a bit cliche, but it fit the bill. Kennedy wanted slow and subtle, skip the old man's craft. Ever try batrotoxin? Oh, huge fan. Too quick for the Liberty job, but for lethality, forget about it. Yeah, I'm surprised we don't see it more. I always wanted to raise a bat case, but every poisoning I get, it's thallium or digitalis. Ah, rookie gag, that shit's curable. Exactly. It's like I can raise the dead, this guy has what it is. I can raise the dead, this guy has what is fundamentally a stomachache. What are we doing here? Get on the bad train, amateurs. No antidote might be my favorite 2 words. Actually, there are promising results with I'm seeing the word tetrodotoxin and then getting stuck trying to say derivatives after it. Actually, they are seeing I can't speak English at all. They are seeing promising results of tetrodotoxin derivatives now. No! Oh, for fuck's sake, can't your stitches leave a good thing well enough alone? We just get carried away, I guess. Where's the meat? Supply tray relieves red sands at each shop. We piled in the last car. Moss and her crew meet us there. Of course the druid is called Moss. Anything hinky, we're off at the next stop. No hard cheese. If everything's copacetic, we ride all the way south. Shiv Liv, quick victory parade, back in time for last call. Really are new here, huh? Sorry, is he carrying a Garand at the back? Or is that supposed to be an M14? Rion, thanks for coming. Veska, Kellen, Sabine, Banks. We've heard great things. Call me Moss. Our grapevine's buzzing about the Kalan job, as Rion tells me you helped. Dall's people did the hard part. We were just support. Incredible work. Warms my heart to see the chapel squirm. How much do you know about our situation? Reactor about to seize your mana mines and claim they run the country. And it could work, militarily. We've been hit by the new crafted hand soldiers already, and it's been a massacre every time. But fighting them isn't my department. I'm in charge of a cell that's been tasked with aiming a little higher. You're not Control? No, I've never even met Control. The new Medil Militia takes compartmentalization very seriously for reasons related to why we have new at the start of our name. Surprised you even know the term. Did some hasty research last night. Maybe not enough. I respect that. The issue is this. Stopping the invasion isn't going to free Medil, because it won't be the last. We'll still be sitting on the only super weapon in the southern hemisphere. It's a weapon we never want to fire. It'll be months till another nation comes knocking for it. What's the fix? Destroy our own mana reserve. Bold! Why? We wanted to for years. Even if it was a dangerous drug, that's not what we want to build our economy on. The DSR takes all the profit anyway. Now it's a world-changing weapon in the hands of anyone willing to violate their own people to turn them into cancerous super soldiers, and all of them had to come through us to get to it. Talia says no, that is definitely a Garand. The SMG Moss has looks like an MP40. No, wait, that's not right. Yeah, this definitely looks like Garand, or something very close to it. This... I don't think is MP40 or MP44. I think this is... I can't think of its name right now, but there is a... Is it a... I was about to say Tech 9, but I don't think it's a Tech 9 either. It does remind me of something. I'd have to see more of it, to be sure. I know you can get straight mags for things like an MP5, but I don't think it's an MP5. I think it's one of those, like, those weirder, not as common SMGs. Anyway, I want to burn it all to dust. Does it have scientific value? Oh, immense. We had institutes studying it and they would have loved a lifetime supply to tinker with, but we live in a world of greedy children with knives and that's not a world where you can study a loaded gun at your leisure. We have a few kilos stashed away for research, of course, but any more than that would be bullied and killed for it until it's all gone. Why haven't you done it yet? Destroyed our stockpile? Strategy. Reactor run inspections, check throughput, and they outgun us for now. Destroyed our mines? Chemistry. The stuff doesn't burn and digging at the rest out of it takes at least 10 years hard labor. So what's the plan? That's the critical question, that's why I wanted to meet you all immediately. Tasty water. That's not quite water. I'll elaborate more later. Rion! The pyromancer friend you told me about. You've seen him burn mana, but have you definitely seen him burn the source? Can he burn beryllium calcite? Yup. Our first strike, little mana in Samir, he just lit the node and Bob's your uncle. That's incredible. You sure the whole thing burned out? Liv used their gear to check. She's anal like that. Okay, I'm not going to get ahead of myself here, but this is very exciting. Do you guys want to help orchestrate a counter heist? Mars, we've got incoming. Elaborate. Reactor hijacked the 910 from Machine. It's gaining on us. Shit. Guess we're starting now. Everyone in the rear carriages, head up train, we need to separate. Clear to engage, clear to board. I'll be a Medil. We should head up train, regroup. You want to take the sport out of it? I do! You might want to cross. You push, I pull. Play it by ear. Okay. Defenestrate an enemy immediately after using Broom Breach. That actually is pretty easy to do. Deal 12 total damage with 1 Spore Bomb. Exploding more violently for each affected. Hits enemy in any area for X plus 1 damage, X is the number of targets in the blast. Okay, so I need to group them up, is what I'm seeing from this. Right, we need a Broom Breach. Grab that. So we can easily do the defenestrate because we can go zap, zap, zap. And that defenestrates immediately after using Broom Breach. Spore Bomb hits here, does 2. I need to group them all up. Jen needs to go last. I think we have to defenestrate one of the heavy gunners. So... Spore Bomb... Nope, hold up. Gale Grenade... Okay, no, we're gonna go... No, I'm pushing all the wrong buttons. Go back. Gale Grenade here. Rion can then Spore Bomb here. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Grab the incel, Broom Breach. Bolt, 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 go. All enemies gone. Efficient. I'd hope we were. Oh, hello, what's your thing? Guessing the glowing walls are bad news? Barrier drone can't shoot in, but you can walk right through them. Stop telling her how our shit works. Also, that's wrong. Points for effort, mate. So I need to be inside of here to do anything to him. What are we dealing with? All enemies by end of turn 1 deal 12 damage with 1 spore bomb. Okay, well... That's gonna be... I push you south. Is it just me, or is it the case of, like, this seems surprisingly easy for the start of this, considering what I was having to do by the end of the last one? Okay, you're actually really easy to deal with. Actually, I don't want Jen to go all the way there. That's why. Sonny says, yeah, this definitely seems easy. I don't know if it's just because it's these characters or what, but... Okay, it's starting to pick up a little bit here. Oh, Dessa! Bangs, what's the sit rep? Letting everyone kill each other and I res the ones I like. Think I'll go for a more hands-on approach. What we got? Transfer 4 damage at once, have a rabbit enemy deal 6 damage to other enemies. I think the play here is I turn you rabid. I was kind of hoping you'd switch to this target, but that's okay. Because I then want to do transference of you to... No, I don't. Hold up. Yes, I can. You to you. Oh, but you're not actually getting shot, that's the problem. Okay. Just want to double check Rabbit is definitely telling you to switch target. Cool. As say you Rabbit, you kill him eventually. Kind of works. Okay, you've got no target. You're not going to shoot the turret, which is perfect. I'm going to link the turrets like that. So that he shoots that, and it feeds through to this turret, and then we do it again. This should be fine. Okay, that satisfies banks. Yeah, that's actually okay. Chasers get to act after every single thing they do. Once they attack, they're done until next turn. Okay, so he's going to move to there. Oh, I see. Step, whatever. Ah. Hadn't realized you were here, buddy. Sedative. Fine. And then I'm gonna broom breach with you. That's still absolutely fine. Okay, this is where it's going to get a little bit dicey. Transference here to here. Nice. Now we just have to deal with the last enemies. I think we can take him right now. Dealing with the big guys not going to be too tough. Hello, big boy. See? Said it wouldn't be too tough. Do I really want to send Rion on his own all the way over here? Probably not. Going to anyway. Yeah, we could have done that a bit quicker. Oh, good! Murder Central. Let's go, Sabine, cover me, I'm gonna cross. If we actually want these warheads, I'm gonna put a blow on them first. Moss trying to plant explosives, we have to assume phase 2 is leaving the enemy train. Deal 5 slam damage with 1 charge. Moss plant the bomb by the end of turn 1. Oh, do they move every time we do something? Well, this is about to get funny then, isn't it? How am I gonna do this? Oh, I know. False prophet to here. I have such a great idea. Give me my mana back. That dealt 4? I'd have to do it from, like, here, then. Zan, I need a false prophet by there, please. Ta-da! Okay, Dall is done. How do I get you to move more in one turn? Oh, I see how I need to do this. What I need to do is move you. I then need to profit, like, here. I then need to swap. I then need you to move. To here. And then swap. All team members reach the green zone. Yeah, we can do that. Reactor medic. Yeah, that sort of tracks. Oh no! The Prophet Chaser. Whatever will I do? Have one of these. Then we're gonna go here. Womp. You don't have enough movement to be able to get over there this turn. Oh, we can rewind that, actually. I don't think I can pick it up from... No, I have to be next to it. Okay. I hit rewind again. Oops. Oh, I thought it would push them out. That's fine. That's also pretty good for me. I'm going to set up predict it that way, but it's not going to do much. Never mind. Good work. Sedamine, hello. Let's give you a quick shout out. Hope you're having a good Friday, good weekend as well. Sedamine says, how's it going? Good to see you again. It's going well. The puzzles so far are pretty easy compared to some of the things we were doing in Act 3. But it's going. Now I just need to wait for Moss to run on over here. Oh, don't tell me Moss has to leave this side of the train. Ugh. Fine. Now everyone gets to work together. This isn't how we entered this train. Rion's supposed to be on the other side. Get 2 members off the enemy train by the end of turn 3. Enemy train is the upper one, so after the end of turn 3, it's turn 1. How am I getting Zan across? Oh, that's a really good question. How am I getting Zan across? Dall comes over, switches with Jan when Jan is over here. Jan flies back over. I think that's how we have to do it. Or we go for this. We'll see. Sunrise says they're all good here. Very happy for the weekend. Good. I see that's a blocker coming in. Okay, this is actually a little bit easier than it seems. Because... I think I see what I need to do. It's not the ability I thought I was about to use. I know I need to grab that intel. At the very least. And I need Dall to grab this intel. I can then have Dall swap. Charge here. Oh, I wonder if barrier works for me. Hold up. Yeah, they can't shoot into the person inside the barrier. Okay. To do something pretty simple here. Takes him down quite nicely. Oh, you'll always take a little bit of damage because of that firing. I remember now. So I could have Jen move to the side. No. Take the cover. Zan is the one I'm not sure what I want to do with. Okay. It's fine. You can't use your gun. Oh, I don't like this at all. Yeah, you get knocked off the side. Broom over to here. Run it down. There we go, that's a good amount of knockback. And then run it back. Now we're getting somewhere. Then we're going to... what? Swaps with the barrier. Okay. Cool. Kills that guy for me. Actually, do you have line of sight to... you do. Swap with him. Because that also gets us all off the train. The only issue now is we don't have an easy way to deal with these guys, but it's fine. We're going to survive to the end of turn 3. I'm probably not going to get to defenestrate anybody else. Oh, there's a big-ass wall in the way? I guess I could Death's Door. Actually, hold up. Works for me. Alright, we're not planning to stay by here. Yep, bad idea. That's fine. Swap. Interesting, you didn't actually fire, which you should have. I don't need enough raw damage with this to do anything to them directly. Okay. Ah. Missed that line over there. There we go. I don't really want any of the costumes. I can see the ads are starting in about 20 seconds. Thankfully we got through that section. Cinnamon says, guess he didn't have a ticket. It was an entirely different train. We didn't have a ticket, which is why we had to very quickly escape, as you can see. We don't have a ticket, the train just explodes. I don't know why trains work like that, but they do. We sabotaged the train. Hooray. God, what a mess. You guys should get some rest. I'll take care of the bodies. Gonna give Banks a look. Banks size. Or I could bring them back. What? Yeah, just pop, pop, pop. Let's see. Give me forced entry. And for you, give me... Maybe I can do something with grip thorns. I'll take another spore bomb. No new chats. Okay, let's just move on then. See, now I thought I'd be having a cutscene here, not going straight into a dream. Although I guess this means we're going to get Dall's final power. Every time we've done a dream, it gives us something. Even though the dreams are also optional. The ads are still rolling for another minute. What do I think Dall's going to get out of this? Let's think about this. I don't know what Jen got. I don't know what Zan got. I can't remember what Banks got. That's a great place to start, isn't it? I think Banks got something to do with the portals. Jen... Oh, Jen is the ability to do 6 lightning for 2 mana, as opposed to 3 light. As in, like, yeah. You basically do the same cast twice. I don't remember what Zan was. If we've even done Zan. No, we have done Zan. Anyway. If you're caught by the ads, we're in Dall's brain. I know that outfit. You ought to. You designed it. Never built it, though. I'm the you who did. You're a dream self. Veska told me about them. What's the point? Why didn't you build the suit? I'm holding a revolution together with 2 bloodied fists. You had to shelve some hobby projects. Not right now. You're not even in Kalan. For the first time in your life, you got out. You're here to guilt me about it? You'd ask why you didn't do it sooner. Well, I'm here to work out some aggression, so your thing can wait. Fine, I'll take the lead. Show you some tricks you haven't learned yet. The dream version of Dall has every perk unlocked and you need them. Long press on a class portrait to see what they are and what they do. Oh, that's what her ability is going to be. You can teleport without even seeing what it is. That's pretty cool. Unlimited rampage. I don't really care about the rest of this. So, this means I have to do... What, move here. Swap with you. Crack open the door. Boom. Bop. How? And then I could charge all the way back down here. Dall, meanwhile, gets to go... Bop. Finish by the end of turn 1. Huh, okay. Ah, I see. No, I don't see. Reach. Swap with you. Then I swap. Get you out the way, get you over here. There we go. How does it feel to get out into the world? Meeting weird foreigners, seeing your first mountains, blowing up a train? I'm not on vacation, I need to get back to the fight. So you're taking a vow of unhappiness until the entire regime falls? What if it outlasts you? Can't think that. Can't afford not to. You're an engine, Dall, but you've spent half your adult life in top gear. If you don't change down soon, you're not going to remember how. Change takes momentum. That's physics, not psychology. You're fighting for a people. Don't forget you're one of them. You want me to walk away from something? You want me to walk away from the fight I bled for? You're already away. Now you're going back. But while you're out here, let yourself breathe it in. Go back ready. Ready now. Let's see. Cause an enemy to shoot the person you swap with. That's pretty easy to do. Getting here, however... Oh, I know how. We throw the riot block, and then we swap with the block. Do I not swap with the block? Oh, I can. but not with this Dall for some reason. Which then means I have 2 mana over here that I can't use for anything. Okay. Okay, so she needs some movement. Swap with you. Keeps your charge. Why do I care about being able to raise the height of the block? Oh, it just stops attacks going over it. Okay. So yeah, so most of this is basically solve the puzzle with Dall and then use the other Dall to get there. The real question is, why are you talking to me about this? I tried ignoring you, you kept talking. No, I mean, why isn't this dream about Cheetah? You talked to him every day since he died about everything and nothing, but not now. I still hear him, we still talk, it's just fuzzier since you died. I didn't die. You took a lethal 1 shot to the head. I got better. You were resurrected. Southerner word, contradiction in terms. Death is permanent by definition. If you get better, you weren't dead. But that's what I'm talking about. We don't even have words for some of the concepts out there. How many wars have been fought in Kalan over the nature of death? How much of this fight is about the nature of death? And then 3 foreigners pull up and one of them can undo it. It's not death. Okay, but it's something. Something we didn't know was possible. Something that could likely change everything. Think if I take a vacation, I'll solve death? I think getting your head out of the fight might be good for your head and the fight. Didn't have to leave Kalan to meet Banks. Okay, but could we agree you're gonna meet more weirdos outside of Kalan than in it? Granted. Am I gonna lose him? I don't know. I don't think so. Everything's changed. Everything could be messing with our connection. Because I don't think I can lose him again. I know. You won't. Six damage from the riot block? I have an idea and it's forming very slowly in my head. Oh, I didn't even need to do that, but... Ha! That's fine. Okay, moves to there. How do I get it back? It's destroyed, right? When it's destroyed. Got it. Idea. Okay. You can't swap with that one. Right, now we've done that. Wait. That's it. I saw that in a loop combination. And now, ideally, we would be able to throw a block here and then just charge again. But we'll just kill it on its turn. Right, last room. This was Jeter's fight. He was the radical. I know. If you're gonna tell me if you're gonna tell me I shouldn't honor him, no, I'm done arguing. I just like remembering him. Me too. He didn't want you in it. I'm not arguing, but he didn't. I know, and I tell him every day. Tough fucking luck. Staying out didn't keep me safe. The day they killed him, they wouldn't have killed him if I hadn't unlocked another foreign word. Didn't know what the fuck else to call it. I just saw that metal bastard standing over him. Felt the cold power radiating off that armor, and every atom in me just said, no. You don't get to have that power. That's safety. You don't need it. I do. And then I had it. So I swear in the last stream, I said, hey, I'm pretty sure she got that armor by using her swap ability. And she did. Yes, I do. I thought I was the priest for a second, like some bad taste body swap. I was seeing through the visor and the armor, holding the shield, role-playing the enemy. Then I saw him scrambling across my workshop floor in his long johns, terrified and gibbering, and I understood. Dropped the shield on his shins. Didn't even feel the bones. I thought it would feel good, feel right. The pain and hate just kept rising like vomit. The worst I'd ever felt, but it was fuel. I wanted to point it at them and charge. I wanted to point it at them and never let up. You can let up now, just for a moment, just for a breath. You gave them hell for 10 straight years. You dealt them blows they'd never known. The armor's cracking, and Cheetah's so fucking proud of you, Dall. He's always known your power. He was the only one who knew you could take on a nation if you had to. But he loves your heart. And he can't watch it get crushed between a shield and a stone wall. Do him one favor. Look after yourself. try. Okay, breach. Give me a second. Oh, robot time. Yeah, I know it can be defenestrated. What are we looking for? Not going to tell me what's on the door since we actually breach, are you? Stanway, hello. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good weekend. Hopefully a good weekend as well. Stanway says, yo, finally found someone streaming this game. Yeah, we're in the last act. Yeah, we're in the last act. About to finish Dall's dream. What are we going to do? Don't seal any doors before the end of turn 3. Actually, I might just go ahead and do that, because Dream Dall can charge multiple times. I still wish we had that on regular Dall. Although the rest of her abilities are pretty good that we have at the moment. We'll get it pretty soon. Let's see. I want Dream Dall to breach. Just because. Right. You can swap with the cleric. Interesting. So we've got a tracker, priest, and nothing off of this one. I think we should try to deal as much as we can to the cleric. This probably isn't a kill. No, too much armor. However, what we can do is key up the other Dall to do the same thing. Actually, not even that. And then break that so we get it back. This Dall can charge this one. Do I want to waste a swap on the crate? No, I don't, actually. I was debating we throw the crate here, swap, and then we could just charge the 2 lanes, but we'll leave it. Okay, do your thing. Is that a chaser coming through? Cleanser, okay. We can do a reset like this. Not sure we'll put in the block in the way the door's going to do, but I guess we can find out. This one's not doing anything just yet. I'm going to position real Dall by here. So that regardless of where the priest goes, if it's like here or here in this lane, we can still charge and take it. If it gets into an awkward spot, I can just rip it out and we can position off of it instead. Yeah, we'll take it as it is. Okay, so it pushes it for me. Charge once. Slam this. You're a little bit of a nuisance. One reinforcement left. That's all the way over there. Charge. Pick up that block, throw that block there, please. Swap. Go. Stanway says they're doing okay, but they haven't had the best of days. Well, hopefully you can have a better weekend. Stanway also asks, what are my thoughts on the game? I really like it. Some of the combination, well, at the end of the last stream, we found a really funny loop combination we can do involving Zan and either Rion or Dall. When we have the charge every time you kill something, or every time you hit something, that's the dream thing he has, I could do another combination with Dall and Zan's false prophets. Big fan of banks. And as Talia says, it needs more Steve, because Steve the Warlock is actually a pretty fun little guy. I like him a lot. I liked the little mission as well, where we got to use the... what is it? Less lethal Pyromancer? Something like that. And Steve. Well, we didn't really get to use Steve. He was autonomous, but still. Yeah, see? Blind Faith. Which is going to be really, really useful, because now I can just use this to help feed the loop, because I don't need line of sight to all of Zan's false prophets anymore. If Zan is in the mission, we probably have a pretty easy, clear shot to clearing it. Alright, we're on foot from here. Reactor have taken Villa Medil. Rail routes in are cut off. Oh, wrong button. For some reason I read that as okay. We need a defensible position while we wait for backup to take the villa and transport on the reserve. Do we need the villa? Well, we'd quite like our seat of government back, but apart from the symbolic significance, it's the nerve center for our national defense systems. Reactor needed to assault the reserve. We need it back to stop them. The council okay? Yeah, we moved into bunkers last week when we saw this brewing. What's the plan? Fort Osprey. It's an old World War IV bunker on the cliffs. Reactor took it yesterday and started moving craft coffins in there. You know what we're gonna ask. Craft coffins? It's what we call a reactor super soldier tech. You'll get it when you see them. Regular grunt gets in, 100 needles pump modified mana into their blood, and they come out 6 hours later with superpowers and stage 4 cancer. We've done autopsies. It's a horror show in there. Reckon their stockpile of this is a chance we can't pass up. It's well defended, but I'm looking forward to seeing your breaching clear skills firsthand. Don't get your hopes up. Don't worry, Zan, you've got this. Don't mind him, we're game. Alright, let's move. Starting with Rion. Okay, let's get that loop going. First time partnering with my own murderer. Not my first time partnering with a mark. How about hunting a former client? Betrayal can't be great for business. Loyalty is a mugs game. Make it worth my... Give me a second. There we go. Loyalty is a mugs game. Make it worth my while to help you, and you can take that bank. Take that to the bank. Taking out Liv's worth your while. Letting you kill a walker ain't great for your rep either. Can't imagine what it'll do for yours. You trying to persuade me to kill you? Nah. Not worth your while yet. I'll be gone before it is. Alright, we're up. Yeah, we can get a little bit funny with this. Stanway says they love it when games do that. Playing as Bori Kesh for that one room is great. I liked it a lot because I think that's one of the first areas where we got the little loop with Zan working. What are we going to do here, by the way? Finish without letting any enemies attack. Deal 8 with 1 spore. That's going to require really weird positioning to do, but we can do it. What's the power for this one? If you target a teammate, the action. Okay. I knew it was a refund of some description. I couldn't remember if it was just... if it hits, or if it was a specific thing. Settlemine says, Steve mentioned! Yeah, I'm wondering when Steve is going to turn up and if we have to fight him again. Stanway says they're a really big fan of the writing in general. Most of the writing is pretty good. It gets a little... well, it was a little bit confusing at one point. Because it felt like there was information we didn't have that the characters did. But that was it was pretty short. I can't even remember exactly where it was. I know it was around the point of when... Oh, right. It was the whole, like, Zan somehow getting hit with a dart. When... I even looked through when I did the YouTube archive for it, and I couldn't find when Rion possibly ever had a chance. Even taking into account that he can turn into a dog. Like, I never saw where that could have, like, been a thing. It was sort of weird. It was really weird, actually. Sunrise says, also waiting for Hosty to confirm the prediction. Yes, if unknown host turns up, then we'll say, hey, how come you weren't here? And then we'll roll for it. Or not roll for it, but we'll roll with whatever it is he says. What are we going to do for this one? I know we need to use the security door. Security door, well, that's actually pretty straightforward. I'm pretty sure that gives us mana when we use it. It does. Cool. Give me a profit by here. And then your spore bomb is... You don't actually have line of sight. Hold up. I want to see where this detonates. That works. I dealt 20? Never mind. I can run this a bit different then. If Rion runs out and spore bombs straight away, what do we get? Death. Cool. In that case... Out you come. False profit. And then keep it simple. Aha, so that stuns. Got it. Well, I mean, we're at the end of the thing anyway. Spore bomb. Nice to know it gives mana when destroyed. So I could use this to help fuel everything as well. We'll see. Stanway says they forget. Do the coffins count as enemies to the spore bomb? Judging by how it threw out 20, I think yes. Because that would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus 1, 5. So it's 4 times 5. So that would give it the 20. Which is why I was like, when I rolled this back, I went, oh, we could just bop, and then we took it. Stanway says, oh, they know that one. On the ferry, you can see him in the background of an optional cutscene. Oh, I didn't check the chats. I checked, like, the actual, like, conversation for the pre-briefing, and then briefing, and then I checked, like, the in-between bits for the zone. I didn't think to check the chats. Ah. Let's do it again. Thought you were taking the west. Actually, you know, you can loop. I'm avoiding Rion. Act like we're talking tactics. You got beef? 3 minutes into the op. Didn't track is the chat. Veska. Look, I'm just not in a place to defend my worldview right now. And he's needling me. Figuratively this time. So you're going to change your breach based on the pre-breach company? I'm not proud of it, but I need to focus on your comforting presence. That is not how people usually feel. Surely anyone feels better having you on their side. I don't ask. But I'm blunt, I'm a killer, and I'm a figurehead. Doesn't put everyone at ease. The first two are what you want in a fight. Can't speak to a figurehead, but you're a born leader. It takes clarity. I can step up when I have to, but smell the doubt on people smell the doubt on me a mile off. Doubt's good for plans. Once you have one, she'll resolve. Okay, how? Maybe don't futz with breach positions and blow the damn door. Alright, what are yours? Have Dall deal a 20 of total of 20 knockback at 4 brittle damage to a single attack. Okay. sort of scuffs my idea a little bit. Breach. So what I can do is... really scuffed, actually. Spore Bomb. I was hoping to be able to Spore Bomb for multiple, but that's not going to happen. Steal mana off of Dall. Then I'm going to need to Rabid you. So I can move again to grab that intel. Which gives me the 3. Right. Okay. We're instead going to move you here. Grab that. Spore Bomb. And then... bop you for 4. Right, that covers Rion. And then... I've got another heavy and another shotgunner coming in. That's fine. Takes him quite nicely. Oh, you're super heavy. Okay, you're different. So I should have saved the pops for you. This is actually fine. False Prophet can go here, detonate this. Thank you. False Prophet can then go here. Right? I can have a Spore Bomb detonate here. Which then means if I... Ooh, I can do a few things. Okay. I'm thinking what? Grab that. Dall needs to do a little bit of a reset. Okay. Throw the block here. Then we can charge. Yuzan. Dart twice. And then I gotta cut that line of sight. Then on its next turn, it's going to come around and we're going to just kill it. So that gives... Oh, I thought she would have got a little bit of mana there for the explosion. Never mind. 1. 2. I don't mind Dall not getting her thing because it is what it is. But at least now I know that we could get that. Oh, we got the fun little duo. That was an ominous noise. Shield generators, so react to testing more liberally. Like the drones? No, those are barrier drones. Different concept. Sounds incredibly similar. Shield generators grant personal shielding. A tight energy field around the body makes you tougher. Whereas barrier obviously means a lateral wall that's impenetrable in one direction. Since when are you a military nerd? I'm an etymology nerd. You don't get fire medicine treating related terms like they're synonyms. Right, nerd. Stanway says, see, Dall? He stole your mana. That's why I didn't breach with Rion. Yeah, but that's fine. Rion needs the mana in order to make things work. Besides, as long as we have one and a way to kill it or get rid of it, technically, Zan has all the mana he could ever need. What can we do about them? Imagine with the right weapons and tactics, 2 capable wizards can pile on enough damage to punch through heavy shielding before it regenerates, but since it's us, I suggest you go and turn them off. Reacted love and off switch, huh? I think their track record with automated friendly fire has something to do with it. Ready when you are. Alright, what do we got? Ah. Disable all the shield. So 1, 2, 3. This is gonna be a fun one. Ah, wrong way, wrong way, wrong way to do this. Unfortunately, I don't have another move, but this is going to let me key up on the next turn. Banks, might as well grab that intel. Okay. Finish by turn 2, transfer 4 damage at once. Oh, that's pretty easy. Move here, hit that, shoot them, pushes them to there. Got it. So what I need to do is move to here, Death's Door that. Thank you. Shoot. You can't shoot again, unfortunately. Can't lightning bolt. That's fine. I could get rid of him. You can't Death's Door from where you are. That'll do the 4 damage to you. Yeah, so ideally what you need to do is actually reset the level, skip that. We need her shot on the first turn. So, breach. We know the numbers for this one. Out you go. Move. Deactivate. Broom to here. Grab that. That then lowers your health enough, but it also means we take you off the board. Send a sedative now. That's fine, because if he's going to run by that, it means I can pre-place this. Because I can then knock him in with the next sedative. The only problem is going to be you, but we'll see about that. You doing the shotgun takes that out of you. I need you to move you further back. Still too close. I can't do this in a way where you don't immediately get run up on. I would have to feed the damage through transference. Or I could just not care, because again, I've got all the skins I like, and I'm not really going for 100%, so it's fine. But if I could stand banks by there... Wait. There is a way to get banks to stand by there. Banks breach. She... should get enough movement. Thought she would have been one square in. Never mind. Oh well, we'll take the turn 3. See? That would be nice, but then we don't get... I mean, I guess I can hop and hop after. But I can also just clear the mission anyway. Go with clearing the mission. That should make it so we can push him hard enough in. Or you could do something like this. Which is going to make it a little bit funny. Because I can't Death Store off the central bits. That's fine. Wrong button. Yeah, you can afford to take a little bit of damage off of that. I could resurrect the shotgunner, actually. Oh, I thought he'd switch target. Never mind. We won't resurrect the shotgunner. How the hell did I forget about this? Ah, that works. For something. We'll figure that one out. So if we Death Store here, and then I Death Store again, then when we go chain, I thought it was going to push it into the door. Never mind. Gale Grenade's not going to move it in. No. That's a shame. That got rid of it. Oh, okay. Hold on. Ah! So in that case, if I didn't use the transference earlier, you'd be able to like hop that to something else. Yeah, right, that works. 1, 2, bop, go. Either way. Nope, that's actually try throwing that in the right place. Who cares? Move on. Stanway says, oh boy, they sat on this one for a long time, trying to get these confidence goals. I stopped caring about the confidence goals when I got everyone's skin that I liked. Like, Zan doesn't have many skins that actually doesn't have any skins I like, so we just let him on default. Dessa, we got the one we like for her. We've got one that I like for Dall, I think Rion, I think we're working towards. And then Jen is, well, this. If the confidence goals also gave me perk points, I'd be more interested in getting them, but they, as far as I can tell, don't, so I don't try that hard. Especially because at the point we're at, like, perk-wise, we're pretty good. You hear that too? Shield generators, they're very different from barrier drones, Zan. Makes sense, personal shielding as opposed to spatial barricades, right? God damn it, can everyone stop getting this so easily? I get it, but I'm not amped about it. There's already a room full of walking tanks. It's a good job there's 5 of us. Oh good, it is a room full of tanks. I'm curious if the profits can shut down these. They do. Okay, cool. In that case, go with you. Rion won't be able to get over there. Dall, if I throw the riot block here, can charge, disable another one. Jen needs to... This one in the corner is going to be the problem. Okay, then you can hop to here. Broom breach to the other side. Do you have a... It's a decent spore bomb, but it's not a great one. Banks, I need you to breach. Okay, now we can do something with this. If I swap, who gets hit? No one. Not that there's anything you can do on your turn anyway, because I don't have the infinite charge. We can get False Prophet to run out here. Thank you. Finish by the end of turn 1. A little bit rough. Takes him but doesn't take him. Let's get a brittling dart on you. Zan has the extra mana. So do you, actually. Okay. So now he is fragile. I've got a really weird idea. If I resurrect Rion, he gets another piece of energy. Right? Yeah, he does. Go again. Problem is, he's still armored up. So what I need... Gale Grenade's not going to do anything to you. Gale Grenade's not going to do anything to you. Actually, I can just transfer into you and you. No, I don't need even to do that. Hold on, can I... Problem is I don't have a way to kill after this. Yes, I do. I can shoot my own clone. Not that I need to. $16 different abilities in one turn. Wish I could have. This will have to do. Mission complete. We secured Fort Osprey. Ensure no craft coffins are damaged. Hold on. Sorry, no, wait, that was one of theirs. Smash up whatever we like. Yeah, that sounds like us. I like the little, like, photo shoot we're doing over here. I don't know if I'm entirely keen on the idea of Rion in his dog form smoking, but he clearly would know more than me. At least he's making a friend. Stanway says, yo, that's their favorite track. All the music so far has been pretty good. I don't know if I've picked one out in specific as a favorite, though. Give me +1 damage, because that, with the false prophets, so good. For the necromedic, I feel like we improved something over here. 1 damage on impact. Sedated is nice, but it takes time to get really going, but when you build it builds up pretty quick. I'm gonna go with stings, so we at least deal some damage maybe with it. And then Sabine, where is it? Rampage as often as you want to. Which means if I can get her between 2 prophets, I can just yo-yo it, and then whatever it is will die, assuming we can get some damage on target. Anyone else level up? Oh. I think that's everyone. Yeah. Move on. This'll do nicely. Oh, look, it's, what's his name? Oh no, the ads are going to be here in 35 seconds. That's right, we'll hold. We won't actually start the breaching just yet. Actually, hold on. If the ads are arriving soon... where is the... Do I not have a button to go back to the... I was going to go back and we're going to go look at the skins for the different characters. That's a shame that there's no, like, go back to briefing menu. Tali says cash. It is! Which means maybe Steve is around the corner. The rest of our people will be here by morning, and they'll take the lead on the villa, not vanilla, the villa op. Gives us some time to talk about the counter heist. The rest of Medil sees this invasion as an extinction level event, and I can't say for sure it's not. But it's my job to think 5 moves ahead, and I think it might be the best chance we've ever had to secure a lasting peace in Medil. All comes down to your mana-bearing friend, Bari Kesh. What a great guy. Can't wait. Although I'm going to take a sip before we keep going. Well, that's us fucked. Maybe, but let's start simple. When Kennedy hits the reserve, will she bring him? For sure. She's a caster down without me, and she can't afford to bench the crew she's got left. Great, so we get him in the building for free. But the real target is the mines. They're directly below the building. We just need to figure out how to get him down there. Dall, can you swap him? What's the distance? Well, we don't know what floor Cash will be on, but no less than 200 meters. Is that less than 100 feet? I love this little convert. I think it is. Oh, it's the other way around. Vastly more. Then I'm out. Can we just beat him up and drag him? There's a lot to go wrong in a forced extraction, even on a clear day. Doing one mid-heist feels like handling the devil a lot of our dice. Handing the devil a lot of our dice. You can't knock him out. He's got to be sharp to do his thing. What if Liv had a reason to send him there? Interesting. What's his skill set? Burning mana? Okay, well, their main objective is to secure mana, so I don't love it yet. Wait, that's not all. In Kalan, she sent him to block off chapel reinforcements. We helped him do it. Hey, look at that. Call back to the mission that I said that I loved. Do you have secret reinforcement tunnels leading into the mines? No. Damn. But Kennedy doesn't have to know that. This is good. I can work with this. Wolan, did Control let that courier get intercepted yet? Later tonight. Ask them to hold off a couple of hours. I'm going to drop some defense plans for these imaginary tunnels. I want them added to the packet before Reactor finds it. I'll be a Medil. How are we going to get Body to actually light it up? Problem for another night. I've got maps to make. Everyone should get some rest. Tomorrow, we take back Medil. Ooh, okay. I don't mind doing this during an ad break. Put the villa on here. We got a lot of unread things. Fort Osprey. Osprey is an old World War IV fort, disused for years until Reactor kicked off. They used it to score craft coffins, the apparatus they used to boost their troops with mana. We helped the militia take it back from Medil, and now they're using it as a base of operations. Villa Medil is the seat of government here, where every culture's council members meet to manage affairs of state. So right away it's not great the Reactor have taken it, but it gets worse. The villa is the control center for key strategic forces across the south. While Reactor controlled it, the militia can't get close to the mines. Before this week, Medil's militia was officially coordinating with Reactor forces in Medil. In reality, they saw the full-scale invasion coming and they have been quietly preparing for it any way they can. Our contact, Moss, heads up a cell tasked with looking beyond this invasion and finding ways to secure Medil's future long-term. Her plan is to burn out the motherlode of mana ore under the mines. Removing the motive for this and any other invasions. Well, you just seized Fort Osprey. Oh, Reactor just seized. Vanille. Oh, okay, I guess we're both going to do the same thing. Medil has a network of gun emplacements and anti-air countermeasures. Interesting that you've got these domes on it. I could talk more about these. If I ever play Armor 3 again, I guess I will. Because that's something I've been debating. Running through the campaign for Armor 3, and then its expansions, or DLCs, whatever you want to call them. I don't think I'd do all the showcases. There are some that I would do, some that I wouldn't. But the short of it is, if this looks familiar, you've probably seen what's called a CWIS, close-in weapon support. The most iconic of the ones to think of is the Phalanx, which is giant rotary gun with a big thing on top like this. And this is a combination of, I think, visual and radar. Basically, it's a whole bunch of sensors inside a giant white dome that detect things and triangulate their position based off of where they were, where they weren't, and where they're going. And the reason it's so big and like this is because you kind of need it to be raised and protected. So my question then is, why is it on what looks like a 57 or 76 millimeter cannon? What sort of seawers are you using that fires from 76? You basically strapped an Automalara with, like, interception. Oh, that's probably why, actually. Because if we're saying it is an Automalara, you probably could fit it with airburst or flechette. Okay, no, I've answered my own question. This is control from Medil, and it protects the man of mines. Move on. Oh, Rion's brain. Fuck's sake. Why is the dog here? I finally get one of these head trip dreams as my alter egos is my alter ego is stuck in bowl liquor mode. Rough. Come on, mate. You know I don't have an ear for this when I'm uptight. Woof. You're doing my fucking head in. Let's crack some skulls, yeah? I hate how painfully British you are. Woof. Dream Rion can change shape whenever you do. If you become a dog, he becomes a human and vice versa. So I'm guessing your fancy thing is... who knows? Actually. Is it just to switch form as you see fit? Defenestrate 3 hostiles with 1 pull. Oh, sorry, with pull as opposed to 1 pull. Let's see. Just reach the green zone. Limited use of rabbit bite. Okay. Yeah, you're that guy. Thought so. So how do I want to pan this? That works for me. Then I'm gonna rabbit bite over here. Oh, interesting. We switch. There can only be 1 dog at a time. That's kind of cool. Takes up both of you. Well, there's my next defenestration. That's not gonna kill. Done. Who's a good boy? So then I assume his ability that I get out of this is a free switch in and out. Come on then, let's have it. What's your loaf? Woof. Still not getting it. Still grouchy about me trying to get the drop on Kennedy? Look, yeah, it was a risk and yeah, it didn't go our way. But I racked up some of our juiciest kills going with my gut. Can't go doubting it. Not remotely what I said. Boof, boof. Alright, yeah, I'm getting it out. It's like you gotta hear through the bark, right? So you're saying something else was driving my gut? Honestly, mate, I'm as surprised as you are. You know, I'm all about the paper. Recognize stomach any gig I signed on the proverbial. She's coming for a fucking country? Nah, mate. Some poxy band of fly-by-night, sure, I'd have cashed their check and pissed on the chips. You're so fucking British, it's painful! Kennedy's got the juice to clinch it. Had to go for the throat in no time like the present. Sure, we got instantly beasted, but Kusera in it. Woof. Yeah, I know, I'm prattling. Time for walkies. I like how he preaches, just, like, smashing his druid pimp cane. Go rabid. Kill something. Got it. We got a breach over here, got a breach over here. I'm gonna guess I take you to rabid. Good boof. Okay, well that ain't gonna work, is it? Oh, you have an angle on me? Damn. I need to cut that line of sight. That works. Oh, nope. Didn't mean to do that one. I'm just gonna swap. It's so nice to be able to just swap and then just be like, nope, he's not getting attacked. No, that's not how that works. 2 enemies left. Actually, you know what I could do? Not quite. Yeah, killing him is going to be the bitch bit, though. Oh, I could just dart him and drag him around. Okay, if I stand by here... Dart. I can make him bark as much as I want to. This is great. This is pretty quick. Woof. I still think you need to let yourself make friends. With that shit hat brigade? Fuck that. Hang on, I clocked you. Still heard the yap, but I actually caught your drift. But yeah, no, I'm absolutely not palling up with these losers. This was the plan. Solo till we die? Walk roof. Now you got the mates at the park. That's your thing, not mine. What's your thing? Dying alone? Woof. You and I made murderous row of enemies, Rion. No room left for friends. Woof. I am actually having more fun doing the dog noises than I am reading out the lines in actual English. Means more reason for friends. Look, I know you like them, I know you trust them, you can't help it, it's who you are. But you still don't really get humans, you don't really know how fast or hard they turn on you. Oof. No better than you. You should. But that happy little pea brain of yours can't seem to lock it in, that's why I'm here, Rion. To stop you giving your loyalty to the wrong folks. Woof. You think they're all the wrong folks. How many times, mate? How many times you gotta get kicked in the ribs before you show your damn teeth? Woof, woof. That's out of order. Woof, woof. Maybe you're not broken. Woof, woof. I'm actually having a lot more fun doing dog noises. I'm gonna be completely honest here. Woof. Alright, that's enough psychotherapy from Dr. Bollock Breath. But keep nipping at me, you smug little shit. Dog Rion wags his tail. He's a cute little Doberman. Leave him alone. Leave yourself alone. Deal 10 damage to... with one spore bomb? Oh, I just have to group him up. I see. I see. I see. I see. I'm gonna rabbit bite the priest when it comes in. Alright, big boy. Can you guess you're gonna shoot me? Yeah, that's a bad idea. Oh, unless we instead go rabbit bite. I thought he'd switch to target down there. Yeah, we can take a little bit of damage. No point going rabbit over there then. Yeah, it's gonna have to be take the hit. You'll still do the artillery shot if Rion is a dog? Okay. Alright, here's where it gets funny. Okay. I need you to move slightly further away. Like here. That works. And it gives me the damage I need. But he just gets lit up. Both have line of sight. I hate how the laser doesn't come out of this one. And then I mean, it improves the damage they take. But, again, not a great place for you to be. That actually might be enough to get through this. Dream Rion so it dies at the end of the turn. You're going for that. You're being useless. I thought you'd help go for him. But you're not. We'll just have to take the turn like that. And then, how are we panning this one out? Awkwardly, I think is the best way to say it. Has to be one bomb. Okay. Shug says they're an irredeemable idiot. They just toasted the garlic naan for 9 minutes instead of 4. Shug, have you seen how I play some games? I think you toasting a naan for almost double its time is fine. Don't worry about it. People have definitely done dumber things than accidentally toast the naan for too long. I need another vine. Okay, that deals the damage I need. Now I need to get to him. The priests are gonna punch each other out, which is kind of funny. They'll get there eventually. Yeah, you won't do it. As long as it doesn't know that it's Rion, it won't do anything to him. This is fine. Shug says they're not critiquing me gaming. People in glasses houses shouldn't throw stones. No, I'm just saying that, like, don't worry about the garlic naan, because other people make mistakes too. Everyone makes mistakes at some point. Sometimes it's a garlic naan, other times it's, oh no, I've accidentally fired a missile and taken out half of my own team in XCOM. Talia says at least you're not sheepy who started an alien cult in XCOM. Yeah, there's that too as well. Some people accidentally say the wrong thing and a whole cult gets made. Stanway says, how did I figure out that I could revive Rion in the one Kalan mission? Did I figure it out instantly? Yes. because it was a case of, oh no, there's a dead person on the floor and I have Banks with me. Time to do what Banks is really good at, and I resurrected the guy and then went, right, what can he actually do? Oh. Okay, that's actually a bit of a problem. Because I was banking on the idea at some point of, oh no, I can't deal enough damage to an enemy. What if I just put a bunch of profits next to them and detonate everything and get the profits back and then we go again? Now we can't do that. But we still get the damage as if we had taken... But we don't get the mana refund from them being dead. That's a shame. I actually don't like that ability. Oh. Your accent. North Shore, right? What culture? Guess you could say I'm Shorefin. Gave me a place. But it's not your lineage. Nah, Shorefin don't care about that shit. That's Heartland, all those fancy fuckers. It's your folks. Never knew them. Was left on the beach like litter till some odd git took me in. No love lost. Oh, plenty from me. Loved him like a dad even when he kicked the shit out of me. Ah, a scumbag. He was. But little Rion didn't know words like that. What did you do? Kept trying to make him like me. Didn't get it. At least he broke my leg. Something else snapped then. Still couldn't turn on him. Just looked up at the old bastard wishing I could. Wishing I had a scrap of his cruelty. That's how I unlocked. You turned into a dog to be cruel? I'm missing something. I think it's a little bit obvious from the lead in here that he was a dog that turned into a man, and not a man that turned into a dog. Keep at it, you'll get there. Dogs can be vicious, sure, but not out of cruelty. Cruelty is more human than... there we go. Did it click? Yeah, I got it. It's the old git. You are his... Say it. It's not a slur. Dog? Bingo. You don't get to pick your human any more than your folks. Loyalty ties you to him tighter than blood. That's also why in the dream thing, he was a dog and not two Rions that could shift into dogs. I was wondering that when we were going through. I was like, oh, there's got to be a reason you can only have one Rion. There's got to be. There has to be. Only one Rion and one dog form at a time. Why? It's because apart from how broken it would be to have two people just be like, haha, I could do the thing. Although you can kind of do the thing anyway. Yeah. He was always a dog. Stanway says this scene right here is what makes him the favorite character. The twist makes me love them. God, they love the writing. It's a pretty interesting twist on the idea of like druids being things that shift into animals, and this is instead a animal druid that shifts into a man. I don't know if it's my favorite reveal. Especially since so far every character seems to have had a reveal. So I was kind of wondering when we get Rion's. Example, Dall, her awakening was I shifted into a priest. We predicted that one pretty early on. Banks, I can't remember what Banks' weird reveal was. Oh, their reveal was like, I'm a necromancer, I'm a necromedic, I kill people to revive them. As opposed to like, oh, I'm just a hitman or a doctor. It's like, oh, I'm actually a necromedic. Which was kind of cool. Zan with the whole, you didn't actually make a decision, you sat there and froze, was, I think, a better reveal than this. Because in that one, you're like, oh, you go through and you're doing the tutorial and you will sit there for a bit and think about what to do. And then it turns out that in the canon of the game, Zan sat there trying to figure out what to do, just like you would do in the tutorial. I thought, oh, that's pretty neat. That's a pretty good link between what you would do. This is just... It's nice. It's a different play on, I say, how druids normally are. I don't think it's the best reveal, though. Talia says he was never human. Banks screwed up an operation. The patient was fine. Yeah. I can't remember if we had gens. I don't know if... remember what gens thing was. Apart from they had a breakdown like, oh, I don't know what to actually be in my life. I just sort of go with the wind. But, say, like, there's been other reveals I thought were better. This one's, it's still good. It's just, compared to, at the very least off the top of my head, Dall and Zan's, it doesn't have the same sort of, like, oh, as this. It's like, more of a, oh, it's neat. More than a, oh! Why'd you spend most of your time as a human? Dog ears are a bitch. I age at 6 speed down there. Gotta get some mileage out this boyish good looks first. We transform, is the leg still broken? It might be because of the stick. Or is the dog? Yeah, only that was an arm, front leg, injuries carry. Fascinating. When we're done with Kennedy, I'd love to take some x-rays of your process. Sounds like something I'd stick around for? Guess not. Shook says dog related gets a plus from me. Yeah, I say it's nice that, like, it's not just another human that shifts into an animal, and it's an animal that shifts into a human. But as I say, comparing it to everything else, it's... I feel like if this reveal was in something else where you didn't have the other similar things going on, it would have a much better impact with me, but this is like, oh yeah, that's neat. I like that. Samway says Jen didn't get an unlocked story, sadly. That's right, because her dream sequence is her going through the police station, basically being like, hey, you have no idea what you want to be. And then at the end of it, she's like, I'm just gonna throw lightning bolts harder. Cinnamon says it sounds like I was just auditioning for regular show. I've never seen regular show. Which one is regular show? That's not the one with the yellow guy and the pink small guy, is it? Is that regular show? Or is that Smiling Friends? I don't tend to watch a lot of cartoons or, like, animated things in general, so I'm probably not gonna know it. Tony says that's Smiling Friends. Sodermine says no, it's the Bluebird and the little raccoon dude. Isn't that Foster's House for Imaginary Friends? No, because that's a small blue dude and then a bunch of humans and then the guy voiced by Phil Lamar who likes playing basketball. I don't think I know what regular show is. What did you do to him? You're human. Oh, nothing fancy. Choke slam, gut kick, strangled him with my leash. Never felt rage before. Fights always have been play. Didn't have the loaf to control it yet. Now I wish I broke his arm, but I didn't hit my poetic justice phase till 22. Your first kill. Yeah, I got a taste for it when I'm updates. Mafia work was the outlet. Back on all fours, the red mist always clears. Can't even make myself bite unless I pretend we're only playing. Sounds nice. It's a fucking liability. Bollock breath is absolutely no radar for who's gonna fuck him over even after all these years. You don't talk about loyalty like it's a virtue. Shit on people who change sides. Loyalty is a leash. The tighter you tie it, the faster you choke. Anyone who walks away from a bad scene gets a backslap from me. I had to change species to get that power. You fuckers all get it for free. Sunrise says, no, the whole main cast is two, a gumball machine. Oh, it's those two, a gumball machine, a yeti, and an eccentric old man with a massive head. See, eccentric old man with a massive head makes me think of, I think his name is Mr. Boss from Smiling Friends. Gumball machine, that vaguely rings a bell. In that I can see, like, I think he has, like, a top hat. Yeti, I got nothing. Somebody says, oh, and a green guy. What, like Mike Wazowski? Ah, yeah. The raccoon, the bluebird, the gumball in the top hat, the old guy with the bald head, and Mike Wazowski. Shug says is one of those two shows that has the visual aesthetic of BoJack Horseman, but has nothing to do with BoJack Horseman TV series or narrative universe. 'Cause, 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 'cause I'm trying to think of what one that would be, because I've watched BoJack Horseman. I've never finished BoJack Horseman. I got as far as, I think, season 4? I know there's only like 5 seasons to it, so I probably should get around to finishing at some point, but like, there's a certain point where you start watching BoJack Horseman, you start to wonder if you should instead be attending therapy rather than watching it. Talia said they sent me a gif of regular show. That I'll have to check after the stream. Chances are I'll see the gif, I'll be like, oh, I've seen like meme videos of this, and then it'll actually click as to who it is that we're talking about. So no one deserves loyalty? Sticking with good people doesn't take loyalty, it's just a smart play. Loyalty is what you tie to the bad ones. Let's read on this crew. Amateurs, bleeding hearts, tactical shambles. But they're on the right side of this, and there's some raw talent in the brew. It's fun to watch that pinball around in the reactor machine. Like a bunch of drunk hornets in a lion's den. Watch a stance on people to pull you back from the grave. Counts for something. Tells me we might do it again. Tells me it's worth sticking near you, as long as our goals are copacetic. Stop, I can only take so much raw emotion. What can I say, I'm a practical animal. I appreciate the candor. Anytime. That was a good chat, I like that. Outfits. You, I wanted to give... I think it was overgrown. Because I liked the fact you were part of a tree man. And I also like how, I think that's a dog's jawbone by that. I'm gonna go with this. Toxic is really nice and flamboyant. I will admit, I kind of like it. Because, you know, toxic tree frogs. But I like this one more. And he's also got like a really weird umbrella with what looks like a muzzle at the end of it. And then, oh, we can actually pick up, yeah. I like that one. Especially the giant glowing neon tubes. Then there's nothing else I want from you. Clearly I don't like anything from you. And we're done with you. Move on. Cinnamon says he would fuck Mike Wazowski up. I don't know. I've played the Monsters Inc. PlayStation 1 game. I think Mike Wazowski could hold his own. Shug says there's a show with a couple of birds and it looks to them exactly like BoJack Horseman. I have no idea what that one would be. Cinnamon says they feel it got to a point where it's like, oh, everything is depressing all the time. Oh, with BoJack Horseman? Yeah. It's, you have to be in the right sort of mindset to get through it, I think. Shug says it's mega depressing from the outset, it just progressively peels back the layers. It's also that, like, no matter what happens, BoJack, and I kind of like it and I kind of hate it at the same time, BoJack at the end of every season looks like he's starting to make progress, and then the start of the next season is like, nope, now he's worse, and it's like, okay, well, okay, there's got to be a point where he starts to improve, right? And I think, as I say, I made it through like 3-4 seasons before I went, you know what, he's just going to go through the same thing again, he's going to do something atrocious, and then he's going to feel bad about it, then he's going to be like, an absolute dickhead about everything else, and then he's gonna suddenly start to improve, and then it's gonna go back to square one like every other season. And then something really depressing is gonna happen like midway through, which is what causes him to spiral. It was more interesting to see some of the other characters, like, I can't remember his name, but the Golden Labrador. And I think Princess was the name of his agent, the cat. It was more interesting seeing how they were reacting to BoJack than BoJack himself. Samway says if you're currently watching the optional cutscene, you could look at the fairy once again and see if you spot Rion. Nah, we've already seen it. We'll worry about that some other time. Samway also says finally Dall has the armor she always wanted. True. I did notice that you couldn't unlock it at the time. Well, when we originally were looking through skins, seeing like, oh, what can Dall have? I noticed it was locked. Now we can see why. Toddy meanwhile is screaming, "Oh, you Skinu MTFK." I don't know why. Something's happened. Shug says, "Besides, Mike Wazowski is the best friend who's enormous and strong and scary." Yeah, and if you've played the Monsters Inc. PlayStation 1 game, you also find out that Mike Wazowski is the more violent of the two. Shug's also saying Mr. Peanut... Oh, right! Yeah, no, he's called Mr. Peanut Butter, isn't he? The little, like, gold... I say little. The golden Labrador. Yeah. I like Mr. Peanut Butter. Unfortunately, not enough to remember his name. Yeah, him, Princess, Jodie Lee, the girl, the teenage actress. I kind of liked when she was around. This is it, Veska, you take the east wing. Wait for our signal to breach, then work your way towards the council chambers. We're going to come at it from every side, but there won't be time to resync, so just go at your own pace. What a famous saying within the Marines. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. It sounds like gibberish, but whatever bakes your cake. We're locked off here. Can you guys help? Same this side. Then I guess we do this carefully. Oh, we don't have to be careful about anything. Finish by turn 2. Defenestrate 2 hostiles with pull. Bop. Swap. Bop. There we go. That's how you do that one. Yeah, this is easy enough. Oh, I didn't realize he was like thingied. Okay. 4 damage in a line. I wondered, does that dart... No, it doesn't break it. Okay. I need a Rion not to breach then. This one's pretty easy. If we go with you first, because I just go, false prophet! False prophet! Wrong one. Wrong one. Yeah, I hold on. False prophet! There we go. Ta-da! We solved it. Oh, but I need him in the... Okay, so we do need him to breach, so he's in... the... Yeah. We can just false prophet from the other way around. I don't need to be stood here for it. False prophet. False prophet. Yank. Switch. Run. Use the laptop. Thank you, Dall. False. Swap. False. Now the problem is that I can't reset that from this position. But that's okay. Because I can reset from here. There's got to be a thing there. Right, they'll both get killed, which then refunds the mana for me. Dealing with him is going to be an interesting chore, but we'll do it. 1 mana, 2 mana. Nice. Shirk says Mike Wazowski is the more violent. Yeah, because Mike Wazowski has a lot more mobility, and because you can sit there and do like an infinite bouncing attack, you can beat a lot of enemies just by being Mike Wazowski. Stanway says they love the look of that armor. It's almost angelic. If they were a riot and they saw them... Hold on, I'm trying not to sneeze. If they were at a riot and saw her show up, their morale would go through the roof. I think it would be a great idea until one of those fluorescent tubes gets snapped, and then you're going to have a lot of bad problems real quick. But if she's standing not anywhere where she's likely to get a brick through the fluorescent tubes, yeah, I think that's a really good idea. Tali says they finally pinned down Moss's SMG. It's a Sokimi Type 821. Not one I'm familiar with. That's why... Yeah, I thought it was like a Tech 9 variant. Ah. Good work. Tali also says, granted it is a modified, but the basis is that. At least we figured it out. Shug says, still on BoJack Horseman. To me, he's an to Shug, they're an absolute toxic piece of shit, and like Don Draper in Mad Men. If you like him, you're wrong. Yeah, it's kind of hard to find anything redeemable about BoJack as a character, which I think is part of the appeal of the show, but I say, eventually gets to a point where it's like, okay, he's done another bad thing. Woo. I think we can maybe see what we're going to play with this one. I actually probably shouldn't have stood you by there, because I kind of need to sedative him, and I can't sedative in a really weird way. That will do. I just don't want you to breach. Oh, I could have transferred it. Never mind. Anyway. This. Okay, we can do more. I didn't get the refund because I don't have the thing for the refund. That's actually okay. We can just do exactly what we did last time to clear out everything before. Okay, this is going to get a little bit awkward. We got a profit. Charge. Profit. I can't get the chain going as well as I'd like to. Okay. Profit. slam. I was hoping we could get a loop going, but we can't quite do it. Okay. That works for you. Then what we can do is breach. Death's Door. Throw that right. Oh, what am I doing? I need to seal this door. Yeah, I know. Who cares? Ooh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, you flat out won't do it. Off we go. Shook says, oh, they don't disagree. Sorry, Shook says they don't disagree. Oh, Bojack's chosen the worst option again. He got stale. It did. There was, what was it, season 2 end of? Where he finally gets the role he wants to be, and then he's also like running up the hill, and he's like, how do you do this? How do you get better? And someone running past goes, you take a little step every time, and eventually you improve. I thought that was going to be where he starts to improve and sometimes slips, but keeps on improving. No, they shoot that in the foot pretty quick. Like, it was really disappointing. Sheepy, hello, welcome in. Hope you have a good Friday and a good weekend. Hold up my foresights on the fritz. Neutralize the fields. We're standing in one. I feel like it. Feel it. Perfect. Can't even cast a breaching glyph from here. It's a tight field. Other doors should be fine. Still, wish I could take a look in there before we redeploy. We can. You can break craft suppression. Mate, there's windows in the door. Oh, right. I see. Keep one militia member alive. You what now? You wanna what now? Alright. I guess if I move here, there's a disable. False prophet to here. Thank you. False prophet here. Sorry, you turned that back on? Prevent 4 reinforcements in total. Oh, so you want me to get to that door? Got it. Hold up. That means I need to run you to, like, here. False prophet to here. No, I need to use the dog form of you to rabbit bite. That gives me the distance I need to go do this. Turn off the field. There we go. Turn off that field. Seal the door. Put you out the window to seal that door. Well, I'll grab that intel. And then false prophet, gunfire kills. I love false prophet. Zan could, I would say, probably solo, but can't. Zan is going to wreck Liv when we get to her, I think. Talia says, the traitor's here, the alien cult worshipper's leader. Well, no, he's working with us. He's helping to take down the cult of Sirius. Stanway says they're loving the implication that the false prophet sees a button and just presses it without a second thought. Clearly, false prophet is foreseeing a future that I don't see when it runs up and goes, oh, what's this do? And just turns the field back on. Crazy. Insane play. Who would have guessed? Efficient, clean. Ooh. I don't get to just false prophet my problems away. Don't like the look of the turrets in there. Obliterated. Saw a couple of those take out a tank one time. Cool. Good. Safe. Nice. Tactics. Move more than a tank. Oh, they're just SAM missiles. Okay. Finished by the end of turn 2. You want to run that one by me again, Chief? This is going to require quite a few moves. Breach. Broom to here. I'm going to static you, because then it gives me the movement I need to get to here. Seal that door. I don't get to turn this off. Oh, you're gonna have the fun of a lifetime, aren't you, Jen? Breach. Actually, that's probably gonna blow itself up. Yeah, okay. Transference. Over to there. Rion, I'm gonna need you to rabid that guy. Grab that incel. Kill him. You're gonna take a lot of damage here, but that's okay. Dart. Dart. And then we're gonna do something we haven't done in a long time. Oh, you're in the sort of the wrong spot to do this. Well, that sort of wastes the transference. Wait. Damn. Do I still get you with one? No. I would need to skull you in a way that I can't do, unfortunately. But we can make this work. Run over here, you still have the transference. You bite. Switch. Grab that. Steal the mana off of you, because you don't need it. You need to get yanked. Ads have just arrived, but that's okay. We're basically running through the numbers of what we've just done. Get this back to where it needs to be. You actually do need your mana to do the skull. Which means we need to steal it from Jen. Yank. 1, 2. Skull. Then you can do that. Done. Oh, actually, hold up. Yeah, if we got the transference, we can hit transference as well on this. Transfer... How do I want to do this? It's got to be... Careful is how we do this. Yes, we can do that twice there. Okay. In that case, I don't need the ricochet off of you. If I transference you to you, and then we bomb. Okay, this still works out. Because I can... Doesn't quite work out, actually, because you didn't die. That's the problem. So I have to switch that transference to... you. That gets you. Spectral, there we go. No, see, because then it doesn't leave it clean as to him being dead. Oh, to be fair, it is finished by the end of turn 2, not turn 1. I can just leave him alive. Done. Not quite done. This door's still... I need to leave him, I think. Sorry, Rion. I need to move. Stanway says there's actually a way to cheese the final boss of the False Prophet. God, I wish I didn't know that. I was looking forward to finding out if that was possible. Shit. Why do people do this? Stanway also says, wish the skull had an upgrade for a +1 bounce. That'd be kind of cool. I don't really usually have a use case for the skull. Otherwise, if I had another bounce, I probably would. Sheba says, took you long enough to figure it out. Join my cult. Why would they make a button if it wasn't to be pressed? That's a really good question. I'm not working for Reactor, so I wouldn't know. Talia says never. Oh, you're never going to join the cult of Sirius? Good to know we have some people here who are loyal to the XCOM cause. Shit, militia up against chasers in there. Time to even the odds. Oh, I like chasers. They're kind of funny to kill. Keep 2 members alive. Well, there's 3 of them, so that's... Don't seal any doors before turn 3. Deal with 1 enemies by the end of turn 1. Well, I mean, don't I just... Well, I was going to say, don't I just move you out the window, but Jen apparently can't see you. Oh, I have a fun idea. Thank you. Okay, the idea doesn't quite work if that happens. We need the block down. But then you get that. Okay. That's fine. I can just chase you down the corridor. Jen, move out the way. Take that turn. Yeah, we actually need to not take that when he steps forward. Okay, I think we just charge back. And then I need you... Ooh... Here? Jen, I need you to waste a turn. Thank you. That's fine. Okay, I see shield generators. Stanway says Rion just had identity crisis about getting betrayed and you just blasted him with the lightning. It was a completely understandable thing. Either I was going to blast Banks or Rion. It just happened to be that my mouse was closer to Rion. He'll understand. He's a practical guy. Talia says, no, your people got me killed, Sheepy. Probably multiple times. In Sheepy's defense. We haven't actually fought the cult of Sirius yet, but... I will say, we probably will soon. Maybe. Stanway also says some poor janitor probably just got crushed by the riot block we threw out the window. I thought it was established that... No, that was only the police station. I was going to say, I thought it was established that anything that goes out the window falls very slowly down as opposed to falling to its death. But I don't know if that's true everywhere, but I know it was true for the police station. Yeah, well, what's the janitor gonna do? He's dead. Liv can go out and revive him when we're done. Liv? Liv? Dessa can go out and revive him when we're done. Gang's all here. Alright, remember, the stone tablet is a priceless cultural treasure, so try not to slam anyone into it too hard. Well, I don't feel like that was directed at me. Don't flatter yourself. I could obliterate that thing. I'm ordering everyone to forget the table. I thought it was a tablet. Let's do this. Is there an objective not to slam into the table? No, there's not, actually. Don't let anyone take damage except Dall. Deal 8 total damage with sedative. Deal 9 with 1 spore bomb. That's probably going to be a case of stack them up and let them go. I'm actually going to step here, take that. Vol's profit here. Yeah, so then that does that. Then we're going to breach here. And breach here. Let's get the doors open. Now, we can't stop these, but we can stop this one. So, what I'm going to do is run. If I move now, we can't move to shut the door. That's the issue. Oh, but Dall won't need to move. Turn that off. Go bite that guy. Right, this is where it's about to get funny. I need you in the room. We'll see how that pans out in a second. Okay, that laptop is a door control. That's a turret control. False Prophet can't make the play. Tell you who could make the play. Is that all you need for the spore bomb to take all of that out? Almost. Prophet's in the way. That's fine. The spore bomb is good enough as it is. Send another prophet. Let's get a refresher. Hi, Zan. Thank you for doing the loop for me, Zan. And then we're just... Oh, that didn't kill. That's fine. I'm actually going to... swap. Wow. Every problem is just, how do I just throw false profits at it until I win? What do we got coming in? Heavy guy and a not heavy guy? Oh, wow. What would I do? Oh, no, it's a medic? Ruggy? It's not like I can just false profit. And, swap. Oh, actually, I kind of need the... I need to be here. Oh, no. What am I gonna... false profit? Let's put a false profit by here. Swap. Actually, I could just... It's even easier to charge back. Charge back. End turn. Oh no, it's people who move when I move. False profit. False profit. Go hit Dall. Oh, you're not gonna hit Dall? Shame. Swap. Bang. Bye. Just look how ridiculous it can get. Infinite loops in games. I love it when the game lets you get away with things like this. Because, yeah, okay, I've broken the game's difficulty over my knee. But it's so fun to do to see if I can keep the loop going even no matter what goes on. It's so fun. Stanway says they think the slow falling applies everywhere, but they don't know if objects are affected. I'd assume that if anything, any person flies out of a window there, then objects would also be affected. Because it would probably be easier to do anything in a window rather than selectively people. Sheepy says, if I want some real profits, them and their cultists are here, I could be one of them. One of us, Marwol. I'd rather not. Thank you. I'll pass on this very lucrative offer. Stanway says, any problem? How many false profits to fix train delays? Depends. Why is the train delayed? There's probably quite a few ways that you could use false profits to fix train delays. You just need to think outside the box, possibly. Shook says they think in this game in particular the devs don't regard it as breaking, they regard it as hilarious. They watched a couple of dev streams, they're good people. I can't remember who the devs are for this, but I think it's the same people who did, like, what was it? Gun something? And, Heat Signature? Gunpoint, I think is the name of the game I'm trying to think of. They're also pretty fun games. You can sort of sit there and mess around with it, and if you break it, you break it, and it gets pretty fun. Yeah. I like it a lot. Oh, look, the cat! The cat! I forgot the name of it, but it's Jen's cat. Stanway says that does make sense. Train is delayed because of underfunding. Yeah, so what you do is you get the false profits to work for free. Because they're functionally free as well. There you go. The only thing is you have to keep destroying the lost profits and replacing it with another one. That's where it gets a little bit, like, difficult. Maybe. Shook says, yeah, the gun thing and heat signature, it's the Defenestration trilogy. There is a little bit of a thing about going outside of windows in at least Gunpoint. Heat signature I didn't play more than the tutorial for, but it's a game I want to get around to. Stanway says Gunpoint, yeah. Shug says it's like the Cornetto trilogy of movies. Absolutely no connection between them other than one common thing. What's the third one for the Cornetto trilogy? Is that Paul or is that At World's End? Is it called At World's End? It's the one where it's the little like pub crawl. I forget what it's called. I know what the movie is. She be asked, can I pet the kitty? There have been a few cutscenes where the kitty has been petted by Jen because it's Jen's cat, even though the cat hates Jen. I think is the dynamic there. Take back Medil seat of government. We usually had a few filler objectives here, but it feels like this one doesn't need it. Well done, honestly. No one never... Oh, never mind. Never mind. I was about to say, I'd be really confused if no one leveled up. Stanway says, Daryl is such a cute cat. I thought it... I knew it began with a D, and for some reason I was thinking Dennis. But no, it is Daryl, isn't it? Shug says, At World's End. Okay. So it was the one I thought it was. I like how in World's End, I think this is one of those like really common bits of trivia. If you watch the intro sequence where he's like reminiscing on his life, the entirety of the movie, I'm going to spoil the movie by the way, but I'm going to spoil it in a way that it's still worth watching. Everything he says in the flashback sequence when he's reminiscing on his early life actually happens in the same order, but not in the same way, in the movie itself. And I thought that was a really cool bit of like detail. I like that bit a lot. As well as the big reveal as to why he wants to do it is also... There's a lot of signs for it if you're aware of what to look for in real life. Which is why when I watched it, I went, oh, is this? And it turned out to be, yeah, that's why he was doing it. Shug says, Dennis? Surely calling a cat Dennis would make it hate you. I don't know. If I ever get a cat, I'll call it Dennis and I'll let you know. It's not the worst name to give a cat. When I played Little Kitty Big City, I think at the end of it we called it Meowstopheles. Yeah, it was Meowstopheles. I think we should take telephasing. If only so then I don't need to move out of the way for my own things. And it opens it up for a bit more experimentation. I don't know what I want to do. I don't know what I want to do with your upgrade. Because I kind of have everything I want from you. Sedative, maybe? We'll get more knockback. Oh, we haven't had Zan's brain yet. That's right, it was Zan's dream, not Zan's brain. Huh, okay, so we're still gonna get something for Zan. Shug says they liked At World's End the least of the... They liked At World's End the least of the 3 films, but it's still well written and well made. I think Hot Fuzz is the more fun of the 3. I think I like At World's End more than Shaun of the Dead, but I think Shaun of the Dead is the better comedy of the 3. Like, I like each one more for different things, depending on what sort of mood I'm in, I think is what I'm trying to say. Like, At World's End is a really well written, really well put together thing. I think it's a better story and better characters than in Shaun of the Dead. I think Hot Fuzz across the board is very good and has like a lot going for it. So it's a lot. I guess it's a safer movie than the other 3. but I can see why people would like different ones more. Let's say mine depends on my mood, but usually I'm either watching Hot Fuzz or I've definitely seen At World's End more than I've seen Shaun of the Dead. Stanway says they used to have a cat named Apple TV. It was the placeholder name by the shelter. What a great name. Have you seen Apple TV lately? Oh yeah, he was licking his ass outside. What? Stanway says they ended up naming him Foofs. Oh, that's a pretty good name too. Ah, shit. So doing this in Liberty? Odd choice. Brought you home, kid. When I left, we were 7. It is high time you came back. I was here on Tuesday. Look, what you really need is to kick some ass. Druid Mafia ass doesn't bring back my finest hour. That's why we're here. Face your fears, clear your mind, master the moment. You're a badass Special Forces operative and you're gonna ice every motherfucker in that room. Non-lethally. Whatever. Breach. Thank you for the follow. Follows here are anonymous. Shook says Hot Fuzz has the swan joke, it's so good. What I like about the swan joke is it sets up the reveal later on, which is pretty good. And then also the analysis, I guess, of just like when Detective, I think it's called Nick Frost. No, it's Nick Angel and something Frost, I think. The one that isn't... oh, now I can't remember the actor's name. The one that isn't Angel, his sidekick, when he's sitting there going, oh, I bet you this guy has a shotgun under his coat and things, and like analyzing everyone in the village. I like how that ends up being a case of he was completely right. Let's see, what have we got to do? Finish with all its full, well, that's easy. We already know how this one's going to pan out. What are your perks? Exactly the same. Got it. So you know what that means, right? You know what that means we're doing? False Prophet, let's go! Don't tell me that he's going to kill my Lost Prophets for me. Oh, yeah, let's go. Let's do it. Shirk says Nick Frost is the actor, Simon Pegg psychic in Hot Fuzz. Oh, so I'm confusing the... Yeah, okay, so his actor name is Nick. That's where I'm getting the Frost from. Got it. Shug also says, oh wow, they didn't know this, but each of the films in the Cornetto trilogy has a flavor. Yeah, that's where it's the Cornetto trilogy. It also, the flavor is based on the content of the movie. So, Strawberry is for Shaun of the Dead. Then it's the blue wrapper one, which I think is original flavor for the police one because of the colors of the blue and white for the police. I don't remember what the color is for At World's End. I think it might be green. Because I can't say why. Why I think it's green, because that spoils the movie. But yeah, they're all color coordinated with the idea of the movie. Yeah, Shug says Shaun of the Dead was strawberry, Hot Fuzz is classico, World's End is mint. Yeah, the colours also match up with the movie themes. Stoneman says, yeah, they're all named after everyday objects. Some of the other cats up for adoption were napkin, spoon, printer, ink, and magnet. Those are some really... I love when cats get named after, like, really mundane things, or when they get really weird names as well. Shug says they already knew it was called the Cornetto Trilogy Dingus. They already said that half a dozen times, but they didn't know was the flavor aspect. Yeah, that's what I was saying, was that, like, yeah, it's called the Cornetto Trilogy because in each one they have a different flavor, and the flavor's based off of the idea of what the movie is. Shaun of the Dead being a horror movie with a lot of blood in it, that's why they went with strawberry. And then, yeah, blue and white for the classic wrapper. is why it's that one for Hot Fuzz, and then I can't say why it's green for the third one because that's spoilers. But it fits. Sheepy's asking, was printer ink the most expensive and smallest? I think the real question we need to ask is, did printer ink come in multiple colors, or is it just like yellow? Was it somehow cyan? You won't believe this, but you shooting me while I shot some fake gangsters hasn't resolved my guilt complex. Yet. Tough takes time. Every steak takes a pounding to become its best. You know that tenderizing meat makes it softer, right? Shut up and take a brain peek at what I've got in store for you next. This looks like me, 4 of me in my goth phase. Exactly. Shooting 4 of me in my goth phase is gonna do it, you think? Ever since Joe Dessa, you've been so afraid of doing the wrong thing. You put up all these guardrails, you won't let yourself cross. Represented by goth me casting predictive shot in all directions. See, you get it. I wouldn't go that far. Time to face the most dangerous enemy, brother. Yourself! It's trivial, though. Confidence, finally. Okay, well, it's very obvious I don't breach this door, isn't it? Breach. Finish by the end of turn 2. Well, I wonder how I'm going to do that one. I really wonder how we're going to do that one. Dreams and... If you breach, do you stand in the way of the door? Yes. Go. Breach. Thank you. Eliminate 3 targets with predicted bolts in 1 turn. Somehow, game, I don't think I did that. Somehow I think you're lying to me about what I just done. Shook says Cyan could be a good name for a cat. Cyan cat. Yeah, that would be. It'd also be really funny to try and see, like, when you take it to the vets and have, like, the veterinarians start, like, going, hello, has anyone here got Cyan cat? Stanway says Prince Ink was completely black. Well, the cartridge probably had nothing else it could use. Ran out of all the, like, you know, cyan, was it magenta, yellow? Yeah, the only thing left was black. So the thing just got covered in it. Maybe they called it printer ink to remind them that they needed to go get more. I feel like the trauma factor of shooting myself that many times might have distracted from tearing down my inhibitions. Man up, Zan. You'll have to do darker shit than that if you want to take on Liv. There are some lines we shouldn't cross though, right? Not me. Be like me. Be free. It does sound appealing when you say it using only 1-syllable words. Exactly, not worth saying if you don't fit on a bumper sticker. Is that a reliable test of solid life advice, though? See, you're worrying again. We're gonna break you out of that. Alright, it's a hellish maze of restricted inhibitions and paralyzing doubts in there. That checks out. Get your ass in there and let's rip it to shreds. Oh boy, here I go doing a false prophet again. I want to relocate to... Let a single teammate perform 3 actions in 1 turn. How do I want to move? Ha ha ha! Perfect. send in the next profit. Your profit can't get far enough over. Okay. Fine by me. That works out cleaner anyway. That's it. If the ability I get out of this is real Zan now shoots his profits if they're in line of sight, I'm gonna be amazed. Out you go. Oh, now this is where it gets a bit funky. Yeah, see? That's probably too short. No, we're fine. Hi, Jen. Sorry, Zan, but your evil twin sucks. We gotta put him through a window. Oh, now we're gonna put him through a window? But we're just starting to work together. Listening to women makes you weak. Oh, God. Oh, no. We need to put Dream Zan down. Alright, yeah, we can punt him. Defenestrate the worst Zan. This is where we get the 3 actions in a single turn. Got it. There's a really obvious way through this. Wait, I can move the Zan? Okay, that's kind of funny. Zip. Not an action. Okay. Then what we do is we push him towards a window. Or not. That doesn't count. I just actually did blank for a second there. I could just move. I was overthinking that a little bit. Stanway says, They wish they adopted more back then, but Foos was extremely territorial after 1 week in the house. There's probably a metaphor about the Apple ecosystem in there. You're telling me the Apple thing didn't want to play nice with everything else you had in the house? Shook says their dog's name is Fry. Nothing weird or embarrassing if his name gets caught out in the vet's waiting room. My dad had a cat whose full name was Conrad Condom. Specifically to mess with the people who read out the full names in vet offices. Stanway asks, how many false prophets do you need to change a light bulb? Technically 1, because you just keep killing it, it keeps doing it over and over again. Cinnamon says, oh my god, they finally beat Slay the Spire, let's go! Oh, congratulations! Stanway's asking, is it the first or the second one? Cinnamon says the first one, they got a spare key, they didn't think they'd like it that much. Man, how wrong they were. I have the first one, but I just haven't got around to playing it. Which is a really common thing for me to answer when it comes to games. Like, even after the whole thing of Dragon Age yesterday, where it's like, I don't have the time to be able to slot it in at the moment, and I'm in no rush to play it right now to try and bump anything out of the list. I'm pretty sure I own the entirety of Dragon Age. Because I think there was a Humble sale at one point where they had the entirety of Dragon Age. But I'll get around to Slay the Spire at some point. I think, maybe. It's not that easy to slot in for this year, though. This year is pretty tight for what I can and can't do. I say, knowing there are going to be some points where I can just slam a random game in. How are you here? I was having a nightmare about sun bears, then I heard someone being mean to my friend. Sun bears? Like the 3 foot tall thing with the giant shape on its chest? The sun bears? Are there really no privacy settings on these things? I mean, I'm glad you're here, but I do not want you in some of my others. I'll teach you some mind guard charms out of this, but first we should focus on your shit first. Why is your dream clone such a prick? He might be my dad. Get this way and make me feel bad for not being more Libelian, even though he's the one who brought us to the DSR. He even pushed me to enlist. And Man Up was definitely a dad classic. Was your dad a prick? He was, I mean, he was complicated, I guess. Everyone's complicated. If your son struggles to say you weren't a prick, you were kind of a prick. That's just a hard thought to hold, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I do. I don't mean to push, just offering, like, a cold splash of water if you need it. Thanks, I did. Should we be concerned that getting rid of him didn't wake you up? Oh, that's because he's back and enormous in the next room. Ah, maybe your brain dream felt like this arc needed more of a climax. Let's not disappoint. Ladies and gentlemen, let's rock. Prevent 2 reinforcements in total. Immediately shoot anyone that attacks them. Okay. Okay. False prophet. Clear the room. Right, let's get you in so we get a bit more damage output. And 1. That's a bit wrong for what I want. 1. Not what I want. I think I need you to lightning bolt the room for me. No. Actually, yeah, gas. Throw that guy out the window. Good work. Yep. Okay, this is gonna work. We just have to position it right every time. Oh! Interesting. So if he loses line of sight, he can't go for the profit. That's fine, we just do this then. Then what are we gonna do? Oh, you're a bit of an issue. I can't get you to move again. Yeah, you're just gonna get blammed out straight away. So I need Zen not to be on that line. So what we'll do is we'll get Jen in first. And then we just profit to here. Then profiting again is going to be a bit of a mess. What was my profit here? That works. Doesn't really matter where I put it. Yes, it does, because then you shoot that instead. Take cover. Oh, but you I thought he'd stay behind cover and not get shot until I told him to pop up. That's fine. We just have to make sure we get rid of anything that can, like, redo the line. So, false profit. Actually, might work out my favor if we go here, false profit here. And then we're going to false profit again. Alright, so that one gets shot. Then what I need to do is come in and we're going to bolt. Bolt. Send you out the window. That way we're clear on this lane. That deals with both of you. I mean, the prophet doesn't get killed. That's the issue there. Okay, profit. And then profit. Ruh-roh. Oh, we're fine. I thought that prophet was going to go next. Then we're going to send a prophet this way. Then we're going to take Jen, actually. Whichever one I shoot is going to get finished off pretty quick. Then we can just false prophet. And then I can just shoot you. Hey! Go on, give me a fun power. When Zan's self-loathing became debilitating, Jen's friendship was a lifeline. It was a trust that... takes a trust that deep to fully unlock the power of another wizard's vessel. But when you do, the rewards are... it says here, +3 knockback. No way. So everyone of my clones now has +3 knockback on the gun. Really? I was actually kind of hoping for a free shot at a prophet, but that'd be a bit too broken. Want to talk about it? So, want to talk about it? Thanks for the assist. Never had backup in a self-hate dream before. That wasn't the first? He gets me when my emotional immune system's down, when it's busy with something else. Your chat with Liv back in Kalan. Yeah. I'm just lost this time, Jen. I could barely cope when I thought I'd made the hard choice. How am I ever gonna get past knowing I made the mother roll fuck-ups instead? Any chance it's not true? Nah. I knew it as soon as she said it. Saw it. Explains a lot too. Never sat right that I got a dishonorable discharge for following my orders to a T. I think you were already coping with it. I never understood why you were so cut up about that night. If you'd saved the hostage and Liv was only briefly captured from my own mistake, why was it haunting you? Because, rhetorical, let me finish pop-psyching you, please. I think you were already carrying the weight of the truth, you just couldn't look right at it yet. Well, it sure as fuck got heavy when I found out. I'm sure. I'm just saying, don't think your 2 years of pain were nothing, it's all progress. It's not all on you. What's that gross Navy saying you told me? It takes more than one asshole to make shitstorm? Right. Graphic, but valid. Who else am I meant to blame for this? The guy who shot him? Have you considered that some of the blame for the hostage's death might lie with the guy who shot the hostage in the head? Me, whenever I played Siege when it first came out. Because if I was hired to solve this murder, it would take me 12 seconds, your name wouldn't come up. I'd still have to bill someone from the hour though, my kitten says I can't round down anymore. He'd be alive if we hadn't been there. And was that your decision? No, but defense rests. You said Liv was off that night and you warned her there was something fishy in the next room. Was she careful? No. Were you? Yeah, I mean as much as... Right. So Liv is the primary author of this becoming a crisis. How did Liv feel about failure? Not an option. So when you're put in a situation where every option is some kind of failure, you've been trained not to accept either option. I'm a soldier, Jen. I should be able to make my own decisions. For sure, but we're talking about factors, and an unhealthy aversion to disappointing Liv was a factor. Look, I'm not trying to sugarcoat this. You froze at a bad time to freeze. The story you're telling yourself is that you walked into a picnic and someone got killed. And I'm saying you were thrown in a blender and you got out alive. You weren't able to save everyone else thrown in there with you. It's the extent of your crime. I want to believe that. I'm trying to see it that way. I've just realized the cat is wearing the witch's hat. But what a tone change that was. But we're walking into a blender the size of a nation. I don't know how to tell myself I'm not going to get you killed. Your team's a lot less cocky this time. Except Rion. And they actually care about you. Except Rion. And Banks. Banks cares somewhere deep down. I'm working on Banks. Not Rion. No, he'd murder us all for $10 and a donut. I think Joe Dessa was a one-off, and even if it wasn't, having limitations doesn't mean you're broken. If it turns out your brain struggles with decisions, maybe get out the tactical leadership game, but other than that, who cares? People are decisive when they care less about consequences. If caring too much turns out to be your problem, you're doing alright. Thanks. I don't think I'll ever forgive myself as much as you do, but hearing all this helped. It's moving my baseline. For where I've been at, that's worth a lot. Oh, does he have a better outfit now? No, he doesn't. What a shame. Friends, excuse me if I'm buzzing, but every Medil kid dreams of sitting at the stone table someday. I dreamt of goring rabbits. I wonder why, Rion. All the same, please use coasters. Alright, let's talk counter heist. We've let reactor believe we have secret tunnels leading into the mine, so they'll send body down there to block them off. And assuming the play works, we still have 3 major problems left to solve. Which do we want to tackle first? Body's not going to light up the mana vein just because we asked. I've got some thoughts, but you all know him better than me, so I'll put it to you first. Can we turn him? I don't see it. Body's not a zealot, but he's shit scared of Kennedy. What if we could guarantee his safety? I just don't think he's rational that way. His fear's animal, not calculated. I smell it every time I'm canine. Logical argument don't cut through that. Don't cut through musk that thick. I could just put a gun to his head. His mask is surprisingly tough. I don't think the threat of one shot is going to make him compliant. So we beat him down first. Steady on, Borry's alright. Anyway, it's a slim needle to thread. Weak enough to fear death, but sharp enough to cast fireworks. I'm also not wild about using pain and fear to control people. You know, if we can avoid it. It's not unworkable, but I don't love it for plan A. We could just take down Liv first. If step 1 of your plan is to take down Liv Kennedy, step 2 is fan fiction. Don't get me wrong, I take another whack at her. But I make a point not to underestimate the same mark twice. Agreed, it's our highest risk objective. We can't let the rest of the plan presume its success. I can just stand near what you want him to burn. Could that work? Is there splash on a spell? A little, but Dall, his fire's worse than it sounds. Your armor won't help. Pass out in seconds. It's a fair point. We shouldn't throw our only armor at the one thing it's weak to. Didn't hear any other volunteers. Ads arrive in about 50 seconds, unfortunately. I mean, if you want him to burn someone we don't like, I could go canine, he goes feral. Explain? My bite's worse than my bark, and it makes anyone see red. If I turn him rabbit, he'll torch his own mum if she gets too close. Interesting. But tactically, we have a lot more control over our own positioning than the enemies. Have you tried using false prophet? Wait, why isn't that an option? Why isn't, don't we just get him to throw the fire at the false prophet an option? False prophet really does solve a whole load of problems, doesn't it? Not necessarily. Shut up. The false prophet idea is perfect. Falling into a death's door was educational. Did some experiments. Let's just say I can move anyone we like to anywhere I can put a door. Put those in any wall, as long as I have a clear shot. Makes putting a target in front of the vein significantly easier. That actually sounds workable. I want to grill you both on the nitty-gritty of these powers later, but I'm ready to call that a plan. We send Banks and Rion down to the mines. I don't need a lot of persuading to put a necromancer in the same room as the one guy we need absolutely alive. What's next? Why the dramatic music for that? How do we burn the mana stockpile in the vault? So the stockpile's in the vault right above the mines. It's 300,000 kilos of triple density refined mana, enough to make a global superpower with reactors tech. Stanway says my boyfriend left me. Can the false prophet help with that? Depends on how you want the false prophet to help. If it's sealing your ex into a room, yeah, they can board up doors and windows all day long. Any other sort of application, you probably have to talk to Zan about it. If we win the war, beat Liv and burn the mana vein, we can eventually destroy it ourselves. Given the stakes, we don't want the fate of the world riding on the string of long shots all standing. We got a guy who can burn it in the building. Let's get it burned. Can we get Bori up to the vault? I think we covered all the ways of moving Bori last meeting, and the only one we liked took 24 hours and a misinformation ploy. Even if we had that kind of time, it'd clash with our first lie. Can we get the stockpile down to the mine? Not through corridors logistically. But what if we blew out the floor? Interesting. It's not well supported, it's built over an old shaft, but the floor is full of sedonite. We've got no portable munitions that can punch through that. How thick is not thick? Less than half a meter. Jen? Oh, you want to try a roof breach? Elaborate. The breach spell we use on doors. With the right reagents, there's no reason I can't describe a bigger version on a roof or a floor and punch the whole thing out. What would you need? How much brimstone, stranglethorn, and snake blood do you have on hand? Our Arcanist gets in tomorrow. Text your Rex. It's gonna take like a fat adult python's worth of snake blood. She'll have the snake blood. I probably need some backup. Right, tactical priorities? I need to get around the room fast to describe the glyphs, and I can't afford to focus on combat. Mobility support and raw damage. Dall? I'm in. For a heist planning meeting, we've really breezed past how we're gonna get into the vault. We're expecting Reactor to lock down the mana vault pretty tight, but they never bothered with the gold vault. They're not short of cash. But they don't know the two are connected. It's not in the blueprints. That's your in. Alright, I think I can take it from there. Done. Jen and Dall sneak into the vault and blow out the floor. The mines team can take it from there. I just realized pizza boxes turn up everywhere. Where's the cat? There's the cat! There it is. Chibi says joining their cult could help with that. I don't think joining the cult of Sirius is going to help at all. Let's figure out what to do about Liv. You know it better than anyone. What's our best shot? All of us at once. It's the only thing we haven't tried. I'm open to that, but we have to torch the mana first. Won't work. The minute she gets word of any of us on site, she'll be there to handle it personally. He's not wrong. She don't trust reactor grunts to handle anyone with craft. Well, I can't sign any version of this where torching the mana depends on beating Kennedy first. With the greatest respect, your history with her hasn't convinced me you can win that fight. It's fair, honestly. What about rank and file? Sheer numbers. Non-starter. Like dropping pups in a wood chipper. Sure, there's a theoretical tonnage of bones that might eventually jam it, but we're definitely looking for a force depletion estimate that doesn't involve the Sure, there's a theoretical tonnage of bones that might eventually jam it. We're definitely looking for a force depletion estimate that doesn't involve the phrase theoretical tonnage of bones. Rion, could you get to it before the heist? How long have I got? Tonight? Where is she now? Don't know. How fast can she move? How fast can she move? Starting to realize these questions are rhetorical. Clocked it. I'm slick as the next prick, but no pricks that slick. Do any of yours have relevant craft, Moss? We got a fireball guy. She'll dodge it. Case has skin like a tank. She'll blow past him. Mila can speak to cats. Situational at best. Baz can freeze time. Oh, hello. For everyone. What does that mean? Him too. So we can't do anything when time is frozen? Right. So in what sense is time frozen? I've been meaning to circle back on that. Okay, well, there's fascinating chat with Baz. There's a fascinating chat with Baz to be had there at some point. But he does not sound like the live-killing hyper-wizard we're after. Would it be fair to summarize the rest of your list in terms of the original question as no? Not unfair. What about a distraction? You said she'll run to any of us when we show up, so what if we start with a decoy? The problem with a chronomancer is nothing distracts her for long. You might. What does that mean? Veska, she's got a block on you. She should have killed you 10 times over by now, but she keeps stopping short. We've got history, but I think that rope runs out real fast if I get in her invasion gears. You vexed her, mate. She talks like she's got something left to prove to you. Fuck knows what. If you push her buttons, drum up a Barney, she ain't leaving that pisser match till it handles us randos. She's in it till she bodies you. Villains do love speeches. Fuck's sake, is that really a strategy? He's actually onto something. Conversation's the only thing she can't do instantly. Can't win an argument without waiting for a reply. And I've still got blink chums left. The rest of us could blink in to back you up as soon as the man is torched. That's a yes from our 2 Liv experts, and it doesn't jeopardize the burn, so it's a yes from me. Zan, let's put you on the roof, furthest thing from the mines. Once she shows, keep her talking. Keep your pulse, and everyone else will blink in when they've done their jobs. I'm guessing the original solution to this is you shoot her off the rooftop. You got a chopper? Not that we can use for this. Can't you blink up there? Not without a friendly to blink to. You can use my broom. Can I? I mean, like, physically, can I? We'll make it work. Talk to me later. What's next? I have that same energy right now, Banks, because we're just sat talking. I want to get to the doing. I want to blow people into walls. I want to blow things up. I want to basically throw 50 false prophets at a problem and see it stop moving. This actually might be a solid plan. I'm as surprised as you are. Let's sleep on it before we get too excited. Might have just talked too long and lost our minds. At last. We gained experience for that? Oh, everyone's at max level, that's why. Validation. Because that gives us another way to get mana back. Constant movements. Dessa Banks. I'm going to give you... No, actually. Dall, recall, Rion. Might as well. Stanway says, God, this writing is gold. What if we use a decoy? False prophet mentioned! Honestly, Zan only needs Dall or Rion with them. No, not even that. Liv has that thing where she takes an action after every time you take an action, so she will end up just killing herself through false prophets. But again, there's the rooftop, so I'm wondering if it's a case of you have to knock Liv off the roof to win. We'll see when we get there. I'm pretty sure we're near the end of the game anyway. Oh, yeah, we're finishing this pretty quick. Probably in the next hour and a half. Stanway says, there is a theoretical number of false prophets you could throw into the wood chipper. Yeah, but the problem is that there's not enough bones in order to clog the wood chipper, is there? Because every time a false prophet goes in, it just evaporates into mana and goes back to Zan. You'd have to throw something with a bit more substance in. Shug says, for people who like dogs, their dog is currently snoring gently on the couch next to them. Aww, that's cute. Let's go defeat Liv. Okay, I expected more like a ooh bang rather than a like, as in like just crash in. I guess it kind of was the same thing. Gold Vault. This should be the easy one. Just have to make sure no one hits an alarm. Oh, it's been a while since we've had this mechanic. The insult didn't make it look like easy. Don't sweat it. I'll get you there. Oh, wow. Don't let anyone sound the alarm. Everyone must reach the green zone. Stanway says maybe Wood Chipper is a cat name. Wood Chipper would be a really good cat name, given how much they tend to, like, claw things up. Finished by the end of turn 3. This is going to be a bit of a weird one, isn't it? Because it's basically going to be, we have to try to get Dall to the end. And swap, and then hopefully chain it through. Keta, hello! Welcome in. Keta says they're stuck at work, but they're lurking and keeping the streak. That's fine. I hope work's going okay. I know you're playing more Baldur. I know you managed to get Baldur's Gate 3 working again, although I think you said you had to strip some of the mods out. This is where it's gonna get kind of weird. Kind of need to be down a bit. How are you supposed to do this by turn 3? One damage? Oh, 3 damage and 2 knockback to any target hits. That gets you positioned there. Yeah, and then it's gonna be a case of slam, 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 slam. Okay. I think I see how we need to do this. So, charge. Step, charge. Charge again. Charge again. Charge again. Charge. Step out to here. Then I need to position off of... No, I don't. I can just... Can I just charge? We might just be able to swap, run, and then shoot. We should be good. Yeah, I want to see if I can do Dalls, actually. Hold up. That worked. You know what? This will do anything too fancy. Charge. Charge. Like I thought. Charge, 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 charge. Jin moves out the way. Straight through the door. Alright, 4 glyphs. I can do 4 glyphs. Can you do everything else? Trivial. Bop, 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 bop. Ah. Oh! Steve! He's back. Let me guess. Don't even bother to take down Steve Clark. I mean, if he's by there, then yeah, we don't have to deal with him. Oh, hold on. Bye, Steve. Oh, I need to breach. Hold up. Redeploy. Hello? Bye, Steve. Nice knowing you, Steve. And then I could just kill that guy. Because he doesn't attack us. Crack that door. Then it lets Dall come out and play. Yeah, I was kind of hoping. Oh, never mind. It's a bit late to swap now, so I'm not going to. Is that another medic? It is. Welcome, Miss Cullen, to our final showdown. Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't have time for this, Steve. Oh, you have time. To die, Dall. On it. Except we're not gonna mess with him. Oh, but you're gonna shoot... The turret's gonna shoot Steve. The turret is gonna try to shoot Steve. Funny. Hey, buddy. Probably should have done that a bit sooner. Let's get Jen back over here. I mean, we can freely swap. It doesn't matter. There's no reason for broom breach here. Yeah, worry about that later. Again, not a problem at all. I thought that would deal a little bit of damage to him. We're gonna move here. Charge. Actually, yeah, moving them apart like that was a bad idea. Move. And we're just gonna bully you into the corner. You're done for reinforcements. You're gonna get sealed in a second. You're gonna get shot, and then I can deal with you on the next turn. Liv. Jen can come over here and deal with you as well. That's fine. Honestly, Steve, I'm kind of past this. I decide who gets past what. I control the traffic. Okay, bye, though. Below the floor. The final insult. Don't even bother to take down Steve Clark in the vault. Rest in peace. The mines. Ignite the source. Smells like bleach and weed down here. Beryllium calcite loses the odor when it's refined into mana. Shame, it's a grower. Don't breathe it in unless you want a surge of arcane power and bronchial problems for 6 to 9 months. Could go either way on that if I'm honest. Figured this would be where we run into armored enemies. Death's Door to teleport banks at least 10 tiles. Run at least 10 tiles as a dog. Okay. So, basically what you're telling me is redeploy, breach, rewind that, breach, Death's Door to there, Death's Floor here. Wow, that was so easy. Breach. And then I want to... Wait. Wait. Why can't I rabbit him? Is it because of transference? Or does he need to do his hit first? Hold on. I don't get why I can't... rabbit bite that guy all the way over there. Vine? Dart. No, I just can't bite that guy no matter what. Is he just out of range? Okay, well, if that's the case, transference. Oh no. Whatever will I do? Bye. That's actually not quite bye yet, is it? Diffuse. I'll let them punch each other out. Oh, that's a very pretty wall. Mana Motherload should be right in there. Alright, so. You bite Body. Body takes aim at some goon. I move goon to the vein, and the vein gets caught in the fireball. That's what grass with it, give or take. Too many moving parts on my taste. Speaking of, how are you going to move the goon? Death's door. Once I open one, I can dump anyone out of it now. Takes mana though, so same sort of dust for me. What's the plan if we can't get the right goon in the wrong place? Last resort, you or Muggins has to stand there and take and bait out the shot. Bagsy, not me. How close does he have to land it? Bori's not a precision implement. As long as the chump's standing in front of it, we'll catch it and we're good. I already know why we're biting him, but we're saying this just in case. One chomp will send a rabbit, that way the sucker who stands in front of the vein will take a fireball to the face. Doesn't have to be one of us. Makes sense. Breach! The traitor! Bad dog! Come on, Bori, mate. You know Liv's mad as a bag of spanners. You can walk away. I did. And she killed you. He's got me there. No, you've had the bark. Just use the bite. Ho 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 ho, you see what he did? Causes a total of 15 bonus damage cumulative. Oh boy. Keep 3 militia soldiers alive? Oh, she has to run over here and revive this one. Okay. Wait, we're gonna cook it already. Hold on. Really? Okay, leave that guy alive. Rion, I don't know what I want you to do, so do nothing. Banks, get into a position. That will do. We need to bring up Dall first. Hold up. Okay, Death's Law. Welcome back, Dall. Okay, Dall can take that hit. Jen's alive. How much is it? Cumulative 15? I need to be able to run this way, grab this, and then we just dot, and we just slam it for a bunch of damage. That's all I gotta do. That's all I need to do. Take the hit. Okay, Jen, I need you to move. I know it says cumulative, but I like to do it all in one hit if I can. Jen? Great. This is where it's going to get a little bit dicey. Whoops. I need to not bring him down just yet. Needs to go for Jen. That's actually kind of fine. Because that means that I can just move with you. And then we charge. There we go. Throw the block. Then we charge. And then for you... I mean, you're gonna get gunned down anyway. He's still primed for when we decide to do something to him. Oh, it's 1 health every time we do anything. That means I need banks to get over there, but there's no other door. Yeah, the resurrect range isn't going to reach. That's fine. Jen goes down. Jen gets ignited. We then move Jen. Whole thing goes up in smoke. Fantastic. Hi, big boy. So, Jen moves. Just set it to view. Gold grenade ain't gonna do anything, but what we can do is move. And blast you into the corner. Oh, I can blink out before we leave. Once per turn. I need Dall. So what we're going to do is... Don't kill Banks. Okay, Banks can blink. Charge brings me to the wrong location. I need to crush this guy over here. Then I need to set up you. It's fine. You're gonna get gunned down. This is perfect. So what we do is charge. Charge again. Slam him. Actually, no. Jen moves back here. Move yourself out the way. Rion is the next one we need to pull out. I think. Okay, they're gonna gun that one down pretty nicely. Big boy over here is making me wonder. I know we're supposed to leave, but I'm wondering if we clear the encounter and then leave. We'll wait. We'll wait. Yeah, I know. I know, but everyone else. Oh, I have to use Blink in order to, before I can end the turn? I can't just... I still have to pick one person every time. Jen. Not the amount of damage I wanted to get out of him. That works. Yeah, I need the block behind him. I don't quite have the line of sight that I want. That works though. Wrong one. Take cover. You need to blink out. And then for a medic, this is pretty easy. Except for the lack of line of sight. Done. Stanway says all that brittle is going to turn his bones into dust. He's just a meat bag now. He doesn't need bones. That's a problem for the medic to solve. They just like zapped him back to life and he's just jello. Time for the final fight. Welcome to the roof. Finished by the end of turn 4. Extinguish at least 3 signal flares. Okay. Gonna hazard a guess that I can't just false prophet this. I mean, I guess we can find out. We gain 1 mana every time I do. Okay. Can't move any faster than this, though. Hello, big boy. Hello, not so big boy. False prophet here. Off the side. 1 second. So we managed to false prophet that one. False prophet that one. Pop. Can you get that? No. Oh no, what will I possibly do? Oh, I actually didn't get to... Hold up. Done. And then I finish on this turn. No, I don't. I'm 1 square too short on my movement. Okay. The method works, I just need to be moving faster. So, send you flying to begin with. False Prophet here. Might as well grab this as well. How many signal flares do you need in this place? Prophet.
It is payday.
Setamine, thank you for the resub. I greatly appreciate it. 4 months. Wow. I've time has flown. I remember when you first did that. I think that was back in Quake 2 Call of the Machine. Okay, this turn after we need to book it. Have I moved further than this? I don't think I have. I feel like I've moved not as far. Okay, no, I've moved a decent amount of distance. Stamway says I need a false prophet to deal with the bots. I am the false prophet. I don't know how that works, but it does. Trust me. Oh no, they're gonna go revive that guy? Bye! Alright, let's go fight Liv. Hi, Liv. For fuck's sake, Zan. I gave you so many chances not to die to this, and you just keep bumbling back into the kill zone. I'm taking you a lot less seriously since my friends all waltzed out of your last kill zone. Gotta stop remembering things the way you wish they happened, old man. Four death clones. Hit Liv with protected... Okay, hit Liv with every single power. We're not gonna do that, though. She's predicting to shoot this to get to me. Liv has learned the swap spell. Makes a nasty combo with her lightning reflexes. Whenever you target with an attack, she'll swap someone to someone else for hits. Watch for the purple circle. What she intends to swap with an experiment. Got it. Well, unfortunately for Liv, this also still works out, so... So if I get rid of enough objects, eventually she will stop disappearing everywhere. Next she's gonna go for that. Okay. So she'll just keep swapping with the clone itself. Interesting. Kind of annoying that there's no follow-up shot that actually takes onto them. Considering, you know, they've moved. Oh. But when somebody else turns up, I can shoot and then into the predictive bolt. Which is how we try to do this. Okay. That hurt. You know, but how we pan that one, that's going to hurt. Or we go flying off the side, that's even worse. Okay. That's fine. Here comes the med score dropout who couldn't finish a simple job. You die on the roof, Liv. I think you know that. And when I'm the only person who can bring you back. I'm going to think back to our time in Liberty. I think I'm here to beg for my life. Take a look at the state of the play, kid. Okay, so Rion, I think, is coming in next. Can't tell who's coming in next, actually. Okay, we can get rid of you. So she's gonna swap like that. I want him gone. I need Zan somewhere. That's kind of safe. We can't preempt it like that. Transference is only going to work the one time. Didn't even transfer. Didn't even do it the right way around. Okay, we've got some damage onto her. Yeah, she's gonna swap to Liv every single time. Well, we need to hit it with transference anyway. Oh. Nope. Nope. I can't get ahead of it. Never mind. That's risky, but we'll take it. Here comes, I want to say, Jane. I picked up your little spark trick. Fun beginner spell. I'm not going to rise to that, love. Nope, never mind. I hear it. You can't land them all. Talking to you makes my brain feel like I licked a battery. Cinnamon says they're going to lurk while they're getting drinks. That's okay. Lurking is absolutely fine. I'm going to just run here and shoot you off. Trust me, I will shoot you off. Swap will mean we transfer damage that way. I would need to lightning bolt her intended target. Like that. Did that move her as well? I don't think it did. I need to position you correctly. Death's door there. 1, 2, bolt. There goes 1 live. She's gonna swap again. Yeah, it's a bad call. Right, I also need to, you know, get Jen out the way of the mine. Hello, big boy. Fuck are you doing here? I won your little revolt for you, didn't I? Can't think of anything else that might bring 300 pounds of armored vengeance to your door? Oh, did I kill you in that sewer scrap too? I wasn't keeping track. You swapped to damage. Okay. That didn't work. How would you use swap to cause damage to live? Oh, hold on. Swap the ally, grab that. Swap here. I need to make it so she swaps with Jen. Can you swap with Jen, please? Okay. She's gonna do her thing. You need to move. Blow them away. Damn. Actually, you don't even need the cocktail. You can just move. But that doesn't count as swap causing damage to Liv. I would need an enemy that shoots in order to do it. Unknown, hello, welcome in. Unknown, we have a prediction going. What were you doing Friday night? Were you playing Magic? Were you playing Yu-Gi-Oh? Were you... Actually, was it Magical? It was Magical Pokemon. Or were you playing World of Warcraft? Give you a quick shout out. Let's see. Unknown's asking, are they the prediction? Yes. Because Talia was trying to figure out where you were, and I went, well, it's going to be either Magic, Pokemon, or World of Warcraft. I don't know how you're supposed to do the... Yeah, it must be on a turn where you can actually do the reaction thing. That's fine. There she is. We're still got a contract to thrash out Kennedy, and I don't think you can like the kill fee. You guys hired my dog? Did you lose the frisbee? You just lost the country. Bori just torched the motherlode. Could be so it's cool. Looks a bit permafucked. Think you forgot. I can make anyone see red. Your thing is... Get out of it. Hit Liv with a spore bomb. Okay, so what I need to do is make it so that Dall is the target. Going for literally everyone except the one I want you to shoot, big boy. I don't know how I've just rearranged this. You take cover. You take cover. Jen, I don't care where you get to. Zan, take cover. Zan can't move. Go back here. Go over here. Take cover. Go over here. Take cover. Take cover. Wrong one. Unknown says, they must say there were slangs and spells cast against creatures that got exiled countered by their opponents. That's magic. Where's the predictions? No one guessed Magic the Gathering. Everyone went all in on World of Warcraft. No one won. Let's see. Jen, take cover. Do I need to stun you first and then do the thing? In which case... That worked for that. Take cover. No, because you're going to swap with Rion. And I can swap infinitely, but this guy is not going to shoot unless it's Liv, and she's going to instantly swap every single time. Wait, can I actually bite her? No. Bite that, though. Not what I want to do. Yeah, you're not going to go for Liv because she's in cover. Right, I don't have the one that makes it get tall. Never mind. Then we just go on a little merry-go-round of this. Look around you, Liv. You're twice the caster I ever was, and you're losing this. Spooned every possible ally, now you're standing on a rooftop with no friends and a plan that can't work. I have a global arm response force and limited funds. You have amateurs and hats. The militia cut off reactor supply lines across Medil. It's all over. I know for a fact they haven't, and just because I cursed you to say a lie each time you lie. God damn it, that's what that was? I know I have to hit it with a predictive bolt. I've made you rabid, you're still not picking anything else? You little scumbag. Well, get over here, defuse that. Right, so the profit's going down. Not the swap I was hoping for. Kind of hope we'll be able to push that a little bit further. I could push it a little bit further. We're just gonna kill the team at this rate. I forgot about the extra knockback that we have. Stanway says hitting it with swap is the hardest for them to figure out. It doesn't seem to be working the way it wants to work, which is I thought if we pick us as a target and we swap, and then Liv will eventually get shot at, but it just doesn't want to do it because she instantly swaps every time. So it's just obnoxious. Stanway also says, bonus fact, the helicopter used to be 3 times as loud and they had to patch it day 1. Of course they left the helicopter too loud. Why wouldn't they? I know it says, dang, nobody really knows me, they guess, or knows them, they guess. I couldn't do a prediction because otherwise I can't close the prediction. But I thought it was Magic, then I thought it was Pokemon, then I thought maybe it's World of Warcraft. So it was listed in the order I thought it was. Shug says, if anyone likes space stuff, the Gemini 2 mission is coming to an end, the capsule is approaching splashdown, and capsule has now splooshed. Ooh. Was that the one where it went around the moon again? Unknown asked, how has my night been? Hope it's been a good one. It's been pretty good. I'd be lying if I thought this puzzle wasn't a little bit too obnoxious. Because it's every single time it just immediately swaps, and all the other puzzles up to this point have been fine. This one's just like, huh? I would have been a lot more game if it was her normal powers and she had a thing was like, when she dies, she swaps to another power. But it's fine. I guess it's the only way they could make her a challenge, given what they give you. Give me the mana back. I have an idea. But it requires Zan to move! God, I didn't want to take her down. No, fine. We'll just do it this way. That's a bad idea. The amount of veins already burning, Liv. In a couple of hours, the resource you're here for will be gone forever. How much weight do you think I give to the claims of the guy who forgot the pivotal failure of his career? Forget if it's true. You know it's possible. So why wasn't that your play? Without the mana, we don't have the resources to keep the world safe, but the mana threat is only justification to be the world's police. Don't need a new casus belli for this dirty little power grab? I don't have to justify anything to a disgraced subordinate. Alright, so we're out of spore bombs, which makes us a bit bad. Oh, I res the heavy gunner, I didn't res... She's by there. Damn. Which is the opposite direction where I want you to go. Break that bolt in reverse. Actually, can I get that profit to... No. I was hoping I could get the Prophet to go for the big guy, but I can't do it. Get the Predictive Bolt in that direction. And then we're going to chain, chain, chain. Okay, so we dealt some damage that way. Not ideal. She's just gonna swap with Jen. Jen's then gonna take all the damage. Rion needs to move. We have so much extra mana on you. Problem is you don't have another action. Kinda works. Except I'm gonna kind of line of sight. Ooh. Banks is as good as dead here. In fact, she is dead. How... Okay, so I can still do the thing over here. But I need Banks to be not there. So what we can do is... Predictive Bolt that way. Then go... 1, 2... Hold up. Might as well rewind back out a second so you can have some mana as well. No, that's just actions. So that'd be you for cocktail. 1, 2 of those. 1, 2. Save the other one just in case. Dart. Dart. And then with the way that we set this, that goes 1, 2, bop. And then we can do a little bit more there. There we go. Now the problem is the lightning coming in. Again, is it... Can we cut it based on sight? No, sight doesn't matter. I need to... That ain't gonna work, because she's just gonna stop with Jen. Jen goes down. Rion's going over the edge. So Rion needs to not stand there. That might work. 1, 2, go. I can actually just use you. Like that. That is a lot nicer. Go. Up she gets. This is gonna hurt. Kennedy to garden, send up the big guns. Oh, she's still not done with her little swap thing all the time? Really? God, this infinitely sucks. At this point, I'm just sort of like throwing things out just to see like what actually nothing works. Let's not have it ripped all the way over to the other side. Let's leave it like this. We'll have to go pick up Jen at some point. Can't even skull. Throw the block. Kinda hoping that would hit a little bit harder. See? Going for that false prophet's a bit of a problem. That just takes you out. Yeah, I just get this weird web of, like, friends over here. Which I guess this sort of works. That swaps with that one. who do we swap with next? Zan? That's fine. Fittingly, Liv burns out and dies on her turn. End. Alright, let's catch up with chat now that I've actually beaten the boss. I didn't enjoy that. Anu says it was magic tonight. Someone says they also copied the prediction strat. Anu says, you know how to win big. Anu also says, did you know that the rest of the 4 days go last night? They were looking, but they never got to see if they finished or not. Plus, they don't know if they all went as well as they think they're getting it. Someone says they went well, they're not trying to spoil so much then. But there's still another stream to go. Really good game, to be honest, not really getting good value. To be honest, not pretty good value from what I remember. Stanway says doing the Bolter reverse was hella smart. I figured there had to be some way where I could use the knockback from something to push into predicted bolts. It's something I think we've done before with the transference, but I'd already used transference then like an idiot. So we sort of had to use lightning. Cinnamon says for a few quid can't go wrong. There were pretty upsetting moments though. It's only pixels to be warned, but there are some parts where they really go there. Emotionally, not in terms of like horror or anything. Oh, for 4 days to survive, I think this is. Or maybe they're just a big baby. Unknown says it hits the feels that they get that. It was the same for them when they played the Walking Dead Telltale series. They might pick it up as it's pretty cool to play, they think. Cinnamon then says 100% man. There's still yet to even finish it. Do it man, they'll be locked in. I'm basically just reading out a whole conversation here. Unknown says... replies, nice, yeah, they got it on their wish list, they can pick it up. Have you looked at the other ones in the bundle it has? Stanway says, personally, they like this fight. We'll get to my opinions on this fight in a minute. Cedarine then says they haven't, but they think Marwol said you'd either play the receiver and think they're all ports on Newgrounds games. Yeah, this is the X Days to Survive, Don't Escape, Survive, whatever it's called series. Yeah, there's like 4 of them, I think. I know as Fairfair did Cedarine pick up the bundle just for 4 days. If they knew that what was going on, Marwol, they'd say something, but they're lost with the game. We're at the literal final boss. Don't worry about it. It's all over now. Sunrise says just the 4 days for now, probably look at the other ones. Anna says happy days. They can't stop playing Slay the Spire at the moment. They got to Ascension 6 on Necrobind now. Congratulations. You're having fun with it. Sunrise says, oh, they just beat the first one for the first time today. That's right. Like, a few hours ago, you managed to beat the first Ascendance. Sunrise says, no, they literally just played it all, finished it today, and then had enough for today. Stanway asks, am I interested to know how to do damage via swap? I don't give a shit because I don't like this boss fight. I think it's kind of cool that Liv has the ability to swap every time you do something. But it gets very obnoxious very quick because then it's a case of, well, a lot of the abilities don't seem to now work. So the puzzle ends up being not a case of how can I make the abilities work together to do the thing. It's a case of how can I get Liv hit by this. Let me sit here and trial and error the entire fight until eventually I just AoE the whole thing and she just gets hit because she teleports to the nearest guy and still is in the splash zone. If there was a way to shut down the swap, like, for example, if she did take damage, then it means that she's vulnerable for the rest of that turn. I would like the fight a hell of a lot more. Or if she had the same mechanic she has in the sewers, where it's every time that you take an action, she takes an action, but also when she dies, she makes another copy. That would have been way more interesting than, hi, I'm just going to swap, and that's it. it was, the first Liv fight was way more interesting than this one. This one was just an absolute grind. I'm curious to see what the hint says, is about, to see what it, like, it's like, oh, you could try doing this, and it's, we got there in the end, but admittedly it was through abusing the copies to basically stockpile mana, and then just hand it out to people who could do AoE. That was it. The only part where I felt smart for figuring things out was getting the predictive bolt to fire off, and realizing when we did the spore cloud, hey, I can just have her AoE'd by teleporting her next to, or she can teleport next to somebody else. The swap thing didn't seem to fire off when I was targeted. Nothing seemed to, like, gel with the way that she was interrupting the swap. It was just, I don't like it. The whole thing is just, Stanway said it did overstay its welcome in their opinion. 2 less cones would have been nice. I think some way to shut down the swap for a round would have been the way to go. Like, she's supposed to be on basically death's bed from running magic drug and not having a way to put it down. And you're telling me that she could just still constantly stay at hyperstate of just swapping all the time? Ugh. Let's say we'll go back into it after this and then look at the hint to see if there's like some step that I just wasn't seeing, but that whole thing was just... Other fights in the game have been a lot more interesting. That one was just a grind. Holy shit, we actually did it. I know the sentiment I have. Stanway says, oh, they would have preferred 1 big health bar so you get rewarded if you somehow threw off the roof. Throwing off the roof would probably be a case of you just stand someone close enough to it and then you lightning bolt. So that in the same way that I managed to get the predictive bolt to fire off, you would do the exact same thing, but I would have to be closer to the edge and then you just off the side. Stanway says it is possible to stun her via the barrels on the roof, but like the big bad boss gets shut down by a barrel. That'd be nicer if the barrels weren't in, like, kind of out of the way positions. It's just... we're gonna look at the hints, but we got through the fight. We managed to beat it eventually. I need a year off after that. Just revive her? Dessa, what the hell? That's what I came here to do. I was crystal clear on that. To be fair, you were the whole time. You're gonna kill her. You have to bring her back. Why? I know she put you through something in Liberty. Don't let her add to this. That's exactly what I'm preventing. You never killed in cold blood before. You're letting her change that. She already changed me. This is the price. Maybe, but you still get to decide who you are. She doesn't get to rewrite you. Look, we're not Liv. None of us are going to force you to use your craft, even if we thought we could. I could. Thanks, Rion. A well-judged interruption. He couldn't. Alright, well, I would. Alright, that's it. You all missed out on my big ethics speech. Enjoy navigating this with the super healthy moral compasses I know you all have. It's on you, Dessa. What's it going to be? I'm going to hazard a wild guess. This is literally choose your ending. So we're going to go with I'm going to brood on this for 58 minutes. Thank you, Banks. I don't know everything on your mind, but I appreciate your capacity for complexity. Woolen's already bringing craft containment arrays up. We'll have her secure the moment you're ready. Just got word from our airport detachment. They got a reactor on the run. Word's spreading. They won't believe it yet, but once we get the footage out and the inspector's in, the heat's gonna bleed off. So thank you, all. We don't know what today cost us, not yet, but I know what we gained. Broke a chokehold that ravaged my country for We took a target off our back and that would have doomed us to a lifetime of wars we couldn't win. And we killed a new kind of monster before it became unkillable. An army that could have put global military supremacy in the hands of a sociopathic billionaire. The worst one. So thanks. I know each of you have been through the ringer lately and you still made space for the right cause when you saw it. I respect that like nothing else. No more than you, Dall. Most people can't conceive what it would take to step back from a fight like yours just to take on a second one. One of the few who can, and I don't know how you did it. Medil's got some tough years ahead, but I promise you I'll use every ounce of my new clout to make sure we have your backs. We'll take it anytime you can spare it. Oh, brass, we'll talk. Let's keep in touch, too. Trust moves mountains while rank talks routes. And Rion, just by bringing us together enough for Medil to make up for a lifetime of, I sense, not really giving a shit? Spot on. I know you'll never be our soldier, but if we can count on you as a friend, I'll sleep just fine. Jen, take this how you will, but you're the first person I met who I'd trust to write both my eulogy and solve my murder. Wow? And if you ever fully realize how powerful you are, I hope you're still on our side. Zan, you fill me with a horrible feeling I might not be doing enough to support and empower my people, and I mean that in the best way. Damn. And Banks, I don't know what you wrestled with today, but I know it must be dark to trouble someone with mental steel I sense in you. Made the right call when it counted. I hope that sinks in. I imagine you carry a lot that people don't see. I hope it gets lighter. Can I just jump in here? Please. Just want to acknowledge we blundered into Medil with no plan beyond to get Liv, and you very much took it from there. Of all the nation's factions and tier 1 casters Liv crossed, nothing could stop her until she picked a fight with Medil. I think you had a lot to do with that. That's a wildly generous way to look at it, but I've learned not to fight back when you're being complimented. Right, I imagine you're all wanted in your various countries? Oh, hugely. Death penalty in 4 nations and counting. Well, I think I can speak for the council when I say Medil would love to offer you all asylum, and you a pardon, Rion. And if your home countries come calling, they'll find a brick fucking wall where our extradition treaties come in. Would be. Really appreciate it, but please don't start a war over us for at least another couple of years. Hey, if it comes to it, I'm in the market for a new moonshot. Oh, we actually get to speed up the credits. Right, I really like the game. Sour notes of the final boss aside. Hold on. Oh, look! He's got little glasses! He's got safety specs! Oh, do we get like an epilogue scene with everybody? Right, you've got a weird, like, crush but not crush on Jen. What's up? What's your next move? Still mulling. Liberty's my best bet for PI work, but I need papers. Might see if they need me here. You? I'm thinking about Liberty. More than thinking. I spoke to my documents guy. Of course you have a documents guy. Mafia illusionist. His watermarks are sublime. Did he sort you out? He did. He did you, too. Sorry? Dessa, this is a Libolian passport. This is citizenship. Yeah. Must have cost a fortune. Well, mine was cheap, so how come? Oh, mine's just a visa. You're not staying? Staying for as long as I have. Oh my god, Dessa, respectfully, fuck that. Go back to your guy and get a passport. I'll steal the money. What? That's stupid. Why? Attitude. That's the main, like, factor with health stuff, right? Isn't it? No, that's comorbidity. Well, it's gotta help. I've done okay so far, and I'm thinking about death the whole time. So imagine how long you'll live with a better attitude. Oh my god, I made a huge mistake, only because I'm going to be insufferable about it. Oh, look at that, they're both going to move to Liberty together. Two items unread. With the new identity Banks gave me, I'm wondering about setting up a private investigation agency in Liberty? Reactor's failed invasion of Medil left a trail of chaos. The casualties are just estimates. Many Medillans are just unaccounted for. I might see if Moss thinks the militia could use my tracking skills in finding who is still missing. It'd be grim work. Not a lot of happy endings, but it could be of use. I'm gonna say... go with Banks. What about you, Dessa? Wait, did you edit one of mine? Yeah, look, see? Always had this plan to fleece billionaires for emergency healthcare, just a contract that says I'll show up and arrest them if they get taken out. The hard part was proving my power without getting kidnapped. After the Medil fiasco, though, the right people probably know what I can do. Oh, do I have to... Oh no, this is unread, because they changed. With the new identity banks gave me, I wonder if I said, the only case I ever saw you crack, your quarry was dead before you got there. I could help with that, because you killed him. We can bicker about technicalities once we agreed on my hourly rate. This is going to be a train wreck. Join the agency. You need help with all the bodies. Banks and Kellen's investigations was a disaster at first, but after a few months of bickering, they found their groove and even turned a profit. We find missing persons, pets, we don't find celebrities, and return them alive. Alive. And if they are untraceable by nominees died recently for a sustainably reasonable fee. I just realized I can pause when I just do this. Oops. Don't have to rush it. Stanway says they really expected me to kill her after that fight. The sentiment of the group is that they didn't want to kill Liv, they wanted to try to bring her to justice. So, given that we're trying to stick with the sentiment of the group, we brought her to justice. Dall and Rion. So, back to Kalan? Of course. Same old? Maybe not. Command want me in on strat meetings now, but it might just be PR fluff. You don't strike me as the type to step back either way. Fair read. There's a Dall you never met. She gets a say. You? Dunno. Might deep six that reactor guy just for shits and giggles. Garden, the CEO? Yeah. Want to stretch my legs a bit, take on a challenge, work my way again. If it's a challenge you want, I know a place where the churches are forts and the clergy are all carry. All carry, even. Not short of high-value targets there. How's the pay? I hear Cheetah's voice clearer than ever these days, and he's telling me I've risked enough. The Medil job gave me enough clout to go into command if I want it, but is that where I'll move the needle? I learned more in Medil than I thought I ever could. Maybe I could take these skills to the streets and hit the chapel like they've never been hit before. I think... I don't know what read to take on Dall. I think we're gonna go with the front lines. Because even though this says over here, I hear Cheetah's voice clearer these days and he's telling me I've rested enough, the middle job gave me enough clout. She really works best in the front lines, and the skills she has now, she could probably do way more there than in command. So lead the charge. What's it gonna be, Rion? Kennedy got hers, but reactor ain't off my shit list yet. Even if Luke cooked up the worst of their shitstorm, the buck still stops with a Garden. Kennedy had space-time bent around her carbon fiber wand. Garden's got an overpriced suit and liver disease. Piece of piss. Won't lie, Dall's got my interest peaked about chapel targets. The first chaplains off the top of the food chain, untouchable, locked away in some deep dark vault. Never could resist a challenge. You're gonna go take on the chapel. Hit it from both sides. Dall Sabin returned to the front lines with a holy with a vengeance. She was there to see the chapel's resolve finally buckle with her own eyes. As resistant forces celebrated the victory in the skirmish of Gabriel Harbor last week, they did so with a familiar face or mask at their side. The rebel riot priest, whose identity has never been officially confirmed, made a spectacular return to the fray. Rion joined Dall on a return to Kalan, then vanished without a word. The first chaplain was never seen again. Just days after agreeing to allow foreign press to interview First Chaplain Richter for the first time in 2 years, the chapel press officers rescinded the invitation and cancelled all of the chaplain's forthcoming public appearances. It's not yet clear whether Third Chaplain Felgo, often the public face of any bad news the chapel delivers, will be replacing. So is the last one going to be Zan and Liv? No, it's just Zan. Stanway says they love Daryl. Sheepy also loves Daryl, as we can see. Oh, interesting. We'll get back to this in a second. Stanway says hard choice. Like, Gina would have wanted her to organize the revolution, but like, you can't let 200 pound of pure muscle go to waste in a conference room. So what eventually tipped my opinion on it was, she's made a point a few times that she doesn't feel like she's really a leader, that people only follow her because of what she symbolizes, and she feels most comfortable when she's just just being a wrecking ball. So the command offer is always going to be there, in theory, but it's harder to swap out of command to the front lines rather than lead on the front lines with like small groups and still make progress. And it's also where she's best. And also, if Rion has gone in to assassinate the head chaplain, then command is going to have an easier time of it. So she isn't going to be as needed there. It was sort of the way I ended up thinking about it. This is where I saw it. 8 tons of concrete, 1,000 names on each side. A memorial to a war that hadn't happened yet. Never will now. Can't be more than 200 here. 132. I read them all. Down from 4,000, we gotta feel pretty good about that. You'd think, right? Didn't expect to feel happy in a graveyard, but I thought seeing where it ought to be. You're not beating yourself up about the 132? It's not on you. We did everything we could. No, I get that. The kid on the Dessa job? Him for sure. I carry him to my grave. But it's also just, having lived through it all now and seen it play out, I was a bit player. So many incredible people did so much more, gave so much more. And now I feel like I came to a graveyard for a victory lap, one that I didn't earn. That's Liv's thinking. It's human to want to see the difference we made. Victory isn't yours or theirs. You helped, I helped. Own that, nothing more. You're right, as usual. Thanks. Trial's dragging on, huh? Yeah, it's killing me. I want to be done with feeling ways about Liv Kennedy. Didn't mean to dredge. Nah, it's not you. I have this flash sometimes. I don't know if it's foresight or a dream. She's dead. I don't know how, and I drop her dog tags right here with all these names. I don't know why. These names, they're the ones we couldn't save even when we did. Everything we could. They're on her, I guess. Maybe you're saying her fate is too. Taking it off your conscience. Huh? How does it end? They fall off. Okay, well, let's not read too much into that. I think I might just be done. I've made what peace I can with the Dessa snafu, but I can't lead a unit again. And I'm just tired. My brain's been processing 2 or more realities for the most of a 30-year career, and I'm just starting to learn how many circuits that's fried. I could find a nice little place in backcountry Liberty, maybe move Mars somewhere close, and just find something simple to focus on. Bread's good. I could bake bread. The resistance is light on military experience, and that's the one thing I've got in spades. I don't have it in me to fight another war, but Dall says command could use me as a consultant, planning ops like the civil tongue I advised on. I really feel like it should just be that he retires to a quiet place. This is a noble pursuit, but he's done a lot and gone through a lot. And the main reason he was doing this was because he looked into the future and went, oh boy, there's going to be a massive war with many casualties. I think he's done. Retire. Bread? Bread. One last look before we all split. Yeah. We're done. Zan Veska found a nice place in the North Country. His ma says his bread is the best she's ever tasted. Look at that giant loaf. Look at the mess in the background. Look at that giant loaf. Stanway says that's a really nice interpretation of it. Oh, hold up. We get to resolve Steve Clark as well. Of course, once I realized Of course, once I realized Kennedy's plan, I knew I had to play along until I was in a position to sabotage it. By this point, I had her wrapped around my little finger, so I manipulated her into posting me to guard the vault. I know, a waste of my combat talents, right? But what you're missing, and what she missed too, is that I was positioning myself to help you guys destroy the mana when the time came. This was when I had the idea to use breach glyphs to drop the vault stash down to the mines, and to mind control our pyromancer, who worshipped me anyway. Does he know we can't hear him? I'm not sure he's even noticed I left the room. He's been at it for 20 minutes. What did you ask? His name? Oh, Steve. Steve, we love you. Thanks so much for playing. John Roberts made this and Tom couldn't find a way to make it can, but I loved it so much not to use this. Here it is. Tactical Beach Wizards. Oh, what a great image to end on. Dessa looks so uncomfortable. Let's move on. Because I want to go back and read the hints for that one, for the final fight. The dreams? Yeah, we're not doing the dreams. Let's go have a look at the, oh. Do we have any new outfits? No? Shame. Okay. I want to see what the hints are that they give you. Skip? Sure. Tricking Liv will get easier as more allies show up, so it's fine to focus on survival, deal with it. That's kind of how we did it. So you can see who Liv plans to swap with when you attack her. Look for attacks that will harm her when she swaps that position. That's how we ended up finishing. Liv won't swap with a wizard you have selected, so you can change your swap target by selecting somebody else. She wants you to shoot each other. That's kind of what I figured from how she was swapping. Liv knows Zan's predictive shot well and would duck if she has time to see it coming for it. Anything that puts her in the beam instantly... We figured that one out, obviously. If Liv will swap with Zan, line him up so we can aim predictive shot directly away from her. Attack with somebody else and she'll swap into the beam. We did that. Try a train shock through Liv and swap her target with a swap will take it that is going to take the worst hit. Liv will take that hit instead when she swaps. Okay, I think we did that. Banks transference applies instantly so Liv can't dodge it. Make her the victim, then hit the protect hard. Maybe a Dall charge? That I hadn't considered. I had assumed for some reason that the transference would have not worked that way. Yeah, that's fine. If you cast swap on Liv, she swaps to the swap target first and you swap with them instead. If you can find a use for that, you're smarter than us. That would be... You could use swap shenanigans to get predictive bolt to fire off on Liv with that. In kind of the same way that we used the lightning to knock... Well, we didn't use the lightning to knock Liv, we just used the lightning to force Liv to swap. But if you were to target Zan, and Zan was predictive towards... Let's get out of this for a second. Let's say that you, like, you know, we predictive ball this way, right? And Dall is by here, and she is there. I'm not quite sure which way around it would have to be, but but off of that hint, you'd probably be able to go swap, swap. And then, oh no, you'd have, if you're basically in a line, I guess it's easier. Like, if Liv is by here, you go to swap, and then she'll swap with Zan, and then you'll swap, and then Zan will be there. Basically, have Zan facing away so that when you swap, you swap, no matter how you swap, it gets into Zan's predictive bolt, I think is how you're supposed to do that. Can I get to that point? Dall comes in pretty late. Get off the roof. That doesn't help. Too far forwards. Here then? There we go. Okay, so predictor bolt. That's how you do it. So to roll that back, when we swap with Liv, Liv is actually going to swap in. I can't word how it is being broken down, but it's like, if you can't swap on Liv, she swaps with the swap target first, and you swap with them instead. So you just, like... I mean, it hits both of these fantastically, but, like, yeah, you... Bop. Jen ends up where Dall was. Dall goes where Liv was. And then... Liv swaps to where Jen was. So, basically, you're not swapping this way, you're swapping this way. And then down she goes. Now for the funny bit. I want to see if I can knock her off the roof. And in order to try to pull that one off, we're going to have to sedate. Sedate. I then need to... charge here. Yep, we sent her off the rooftop. The ads have hit, unfortunately, but we did absolutely send her off the rooftop. I'll even rewind it, we'll do it again, and we'll see her go flying. I mean, I did need to do this as well. This is sort of a waste, but like... Look at her go! Now the problem is, Dall's gonna go down. But hey, we did it. Main menu. What happens if I continue? Because I loaded that mission, does it take me back to that mission? Oh, I can replay previous levels with the new perks, including with wizards I didn't have. TikTok. Give me the defaults, but give me all the powers. Let's have a better Liv fight. See, 50 death clones, 3 attacks remaining. Stanway asks, if I threw her final clone off the roof, isn't that a continuity error? You know what, I wonder if that's an achievement. You guys usually can't see my Steam overlay, we're going to keep it that way for the time being. Global achievements, if it's going to be anything, it's going to be rare. What did I miss? Defeat Liv on the roof before your last team member arrives. Funny. God knows how you pull that one off. I'm gonna hazard a guess. Someone go get her. There's a rare achievement. Knock Liv's final clone off the roof, causing a minor continuity error. So there is an achievement for it. I don't know how we're gonna bully you just yet. We got caught by the ads. We managed to do Dall's thing, and then we also managed to see that there is a way to throw her off the roof, Liv off the rooftop. I want to see if I can kill Liv in this, and then we'll give my final thoughts, and we'll be done. Hi. Cute. I think it might actually just be you just do this again and again. No, because you need another way to reset, because another charge isn't going to do it. Okay, so she's stunned, which is kind of funny. That's an awkward spot for a clone, but okay. That's a funnier spot for a clone. Yeah, you just have to keep reviving her every so often with, banks. Unfortunately, there's not a way to feed the energy through. I wish there was. Take a step. Ooh, this could get funny. It's not gonna get funny. We can't do anything with it. Oh, hold on. How high can you go? I just realized I've just put sedated on banks. Death's door. Not that it really matters where. Stanway asks, 50 false profits reminds me of someone's playstyle. Look, 50... Liv didn't have the perfected loop ready to be able to win on the rooftop. If she'd actually stuck to doing this, she might have got somewhere. Although I probably would have just gunned her down a lot, but she would have been a bit more interesting. We're just going to end that turn. Okay, she's got 3 turns to wreck my day. Cute. That health bar is just going to grow every single time. I want to see how many of these I can get through. Okay, we have another revive when we need it, which is going to be pretty soon, I think. Damn, I was hoping I wouldn't catch Jen like that. There's another Liv. Damn. I kinda need her back. Actually kind of okay by me. Whoosh. Ba 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 ba. Can I raise her bodies? Oh, that could be funny. Hi, Liv. Bye, Jen. Why did I swap that way? Oh, right. Resurrect. Hello? You... Hello? Why are you pre-selected on... There we go. I can bring back dead Kennedys. I really want to see how that works, actually. Oh, you didn't get to fire as well? Shame. Oh, hey. We got it down 9. I mean, we also started, like, messing around with it a little bit. Swap with the Kennedy. Why are you not letting me finish? I have nothing else I can do. Aww. Well, we messed around with Liv in this bit. Back to the hub. I didn't see that option earlier where I was like, oh, there's no way to get back to the hub. There is a way to get back to the hub. It says back to the hub. I need to read the menu a bit better. But that's it. On the whole, I quite like the puzzles. I like the characters. The writing's pretty good. The way that they do their spells is pretty interesting too. For example, the Necromancer is a Necromedic, which kind of makes sense because you kill someone, you bring them back. It's a lot easier that way. I like that the game does let you break itself. I think the Liv fight at the end, it's a bit too much of a slog. Although there are ways to get around it, it seems. But still, I like it a lot. But we're done with it, which means next Friday we'll be starting BattleTech. Which I really hope that well, I know BattleTech well enough as in the universe to know that there is no weird I see into the future and I can predict your every move sort of deal, but even if they could, I doubt they could stop an AC-20 to the dome. Stanway says they're more concerned that if the bodies don't disappear, the bones might actually jam the wood chipper. That's right! Maybe Rion was talking about using Liv to try and jam the bone chipper. I don't want to think about a bone chipper. That's horrific. That's some Dead Space sort of thing right there.